Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old Warframe. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone is having a good one. So I'm getting some Warframe played because I genuinely haven't been playing it pretty much at all at the moment, and I need a good excuse because I need to do some farming. And yeah, because there's the special like kind of Christmas time Tenno thing. Morning Fresh Boy, morning Oxy. But yeah, there's a thing coming up with the Prime resurgence stuff. I can't remember what the term's called again, but basically all of the vaulted Prime stuff is going to be coming back over like a period of a few weeks. I think it's like almost 2 months in total in actuality, but like every week will be a new one, which means I want to have enough fucking ire prepared for that. Could farm things together. Are you working today? Because I would say if you want to, hop on. Yeah. Ping me on the weekend though. Ping me on the weekend. I'll probably be around to play. After I've sorted out other things. Got a lot of stuff going on at the moment. Yes. Yeah. I need to remind myself because there is something that I remember was the way to do like the best Aya farming, and I want to look into that again. Aya grind do be real. Yeah, it's gonna be the big thing. Um. Hmm. I really want to look at a video. I'm seeing some stuff suggesting what I thought I remembered. I need to... Because I need to find out what the optimal one is so we can do it fastest. That's the big thing, right? Um... Da, 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 da. Let's see. Okay. I think it's bounties still. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's looking like it's bounties still. Rerolling set as bounties so you don't have any time-gated ones. Yeah. Seeming like it. It's what I would probably say is the better ones. And with that being the case, then it'd probably be Gauss as the best like character for that. Yeah, it's probably the correct thing. Would be a better weapon though. Surely I can think of a better weapon than that. So my prime compensates for the thing, maybe? Old Celtro, because it's literally his best weapon. Cedo. Cedo's always fun. What build do I have on? I think I've got the speed build. Like the initialized build, yeah. Preparation. The fuck was I doing with this build? Why do I have holster aim? I guess, yeah, I can see a reasoning behind it, but like, seriously? How would I not want more sprint boost for funny? What was I doing with this build? This is very clearly the duration and strength. I guess just really obscene red line. It's like clearly just not using thermal sunder, which is a bit of an argument there. Yeah, what am I doing with this build? I mean, isn't Gauss Prime exists? I probably should fucking farm him before I go to formering or anything. So I don't actually have, yeah, I don't have Gauss Prime. Need to do that at some point. Reminded I don't have certain primes again. Always the best. What do I have in the terms of the parts for it though? Gauss. Let's see. I've got 2 blueprint parts. I need blueprint and systems. Where is systems? Is on a G12. I have a bunch of that. And it's also on this G9. And then I'm looking for... Wow, I can get a lot of systems. Holy shit. Okay. Gauss, Prime Blueprint, M5, and I have a bunch of M5s. It's tier 2 as well. It's not too bad. Okay, I think I'm just gonna think. I can trade you a Gauss, have some spare Gauss parts. I mean, all I need is systems and blueprint, right? Which it's fast enough for me to farm that myself with how many relics I've got. We'll see how I go. Doing a quick run of something and see what I get out of it. If I'm successful, I'm successful. If I'm not, I'm not. Right. I know how you feel, clan leader. Yeah. Right, so what do we got? Survival Murmur. That's probably what I'm gonna go with. So let's write down quickly when we go into here. So we want to keep our eye on Lith G12s and M5 and Meso G7. I think those were all the main ones, right? Oh, it was also G9? Yeah, G9. Then... yeah, it's just more of the M5. Cool. I have my little note there to know which ones I'm looking at. I mean, I already got some pre-radiant, so might as well. I don't have a lot of traces, so best case scenario is I don't have to go too deep into pocket for this. But this is a solid just murmur survival, so not a issue. It's also not steel path, so I'm gonna probably mostly be able to just kind of relax. The benefits of having an excessively strong build. Need to finish leveling this fucking turret as well. Also, while I'm here, might as well just drop one of these. Oh, there is a thing. Now I need to remember where this door was. I feel like it was off to a side somewhere. It's not up. Oh, is that? Trying to remember. This is why I hate like having this many bloody secrets on these maps, is I just keep forgetting all of them. Yeah, so it's definitely not down there. I hate putting any effort into work, I only find it worthless. I know that feeling. Oh, Noxy, did you hear what happened to Sin? I don't want to be the one to tell you about it, but like, have you heard? No? I will go into it very lightly, but he got concussed. Like, really badly. He's got 2 weeks off work. Yeah, he told me this morning. Like, I chatted with him a quick bit before stream. And like, you can hear even in his speech, like, how bad it was. Yeah, no, like, I was fucking concerned. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, the moment he told me, like, what actually happened to him, I'm just sitting there, like, thank God you're fucking still alive, I'm gonna be honest.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
So yeah, that was fucking, hell of a morning so far. Alright. I still don't remember how to get to that door, by the way. This room. I have to look it up, aren't I? This room. So yeah, no, fucking, that's always a spooky time. He said he was heading to Valkyrie for the Friday night thing, so yeah. Sounds like he's doing okay-ish, it's just... I am definitely concerned about him. What the fuck was the way for the door on this one? Remember. Wasn't like in here, was it? I'm pretty sure anything further down. Yeah, rubbish heads. No, that's right. It's here.
You can come home now. No need to be a hero on my account. Unless, of course, you want to be.
I remember some of these secrets. Alright, equip another one of those. Got the bloody burst. One day I'll clear out my bloody collection. Alright. I do need to try and like have that infinite build though. I do want to try it out at some point. There's one mod where you can basically give yourself infinite ammo efficiency, the Torrid. Or well, near to. It's kind of funny. That's including while it's in incarnate form, so definitely want to try that out at some point. I like my silly builds. Oh, bad guys, more of you gonna spawn? Yeah, I'll speed you up. To be fair, I should be also farming for relics in general, not even just Aya, right? Because there is still a lot of like newer prime frames that I just don't have. And I love how me saying newer is definitely never like a good descriptor. Because to give a stressing of when I say new, like Gauss themselves is a new frame to me. Not even their prime, just them. Like, they're a fairly new frame in my eyes, and they came out like, what, 2-3 years ago now? Probably longer than that. It's probably... Oh, I hate that. Dude, Plains of Eidolon is new to me. Gara is still new to me. Yeah. Really having old man energy with this game, huh? Oh god. You know, I'm not looking forward to it, right? In like a few years' time, hearing like, oh, if you played this game, you got senior citizens discount. I'm like, those games came out after we started making them. Hope I'm playing League again. It's too late for you. Just wish your family the best because you're already too far gone. Actually, no, okay, question. Are you playing like actual Summoner's Rift? Or are you playing like TFT or ARAM or something? Because like that matters a lot to that devil. Beer bar, coffee time. Hell yeah. Also, I love that question mark, and amongst all of that, it's like, again? Are you not sure? God damn it. Warframe, I miss you so. Playing ARAM right now? Okay, so there's still hope. ARAM's a different thing. I still play ARAM. I don't consider that like proper League. It's fun, it's relaxing, and for the most part, you're a little bit more disconnected from the toxicity that League normally offers. Just don't play Summoner's Rift. And by all intents and purposes, even if you do, the moment you look at ranked, you know you're too far gone. There's no saving you. Because ARAM's like, you're dipping your toes in, you'll realize how shit the game is after like maybe a day, and you'll not want to play that again probably for a little while, or maybe you want to play more ARAM. Just stick to ARAM. If you go any further, it's slippery slope. I wonder when the last time I played Summoner's Rift was. Like, non-event Summoner's Rift. I'm pretty sure it was actually before my account got hacked. Which was like a year or two ago. No, it was longer than that. Like 3 years ago? Something like that.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
It's actually kind of funny to think about. That like, the account got hacked, they played like ranked Summoner's Rift, got a lower rank than I would. Solely playing just fucking Israel. And that's just, it's very funny to me. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the only reason my account's probably even worth anything is because, I have, like, almost all the ultimate skins, if not all of them. That was because, like, I bought all but 2 of them, and then I got the last 2 from, things. So, like, I do have a lot of, like, cool things like that. I also have a bunch of exclusive skins. Though I don't think most of them are that exclusive anymore, because you can get legacy skins via the skin shard stuff, right? I'm so sad, because, like, one of my first skin in League of Legends I ever got was the Twisted Fate one. That's like was considered super rare in Legacy. The one where it's him as a like fucking stage performing wizard or magician, I should say. Is it Magnificent Twisted Fate? I think is what it is. Yeah, that was my first skin in the game. I got that like via one of the first times they let you earn skins. Ever. There's a couple of skins I have that are kind of just like very, very special to me. That is one of them. Because like... You wanna know... Okay, you wanna know one of the skins that I have that's probably my most favorite skin for the story of how I got it? Oh, I forgot Warframe existed and I played it before. Yeah. It's a game that does that. But no, so the best skin in League I have for the story that goes behind it is, was it Forsaken Jace? Forsaken Jace. Because I got that going to a tournament and they had like, so they would pin a bunch of people up against each other and it would be like variety skill brackets. So it was very informal. So I got paired up against someone that had never played the game before. And this was their first experience. And so what me and my team did is we recognized that we would actively try and not kill them in a way that like, if they were in the way or if they were attacking us and stuff like that, we would kill the shit out of them. But we did try and dance with them, we tried to have fun, and the rest of the enemy team really clocked on eventually as well, because they also weren't that very well versed. So overall, she actually said like it was a really pleasant time. She actually enjoyed the game quite a bit from that. I'm like, well, you gotta find out that's not what it's like. But she enjoyed that a lot, and the people there, which represented Riot, basically came around and said, hey, look, you guys really awesome sports. You did not need to do that at all. Now here's some of the rewards for like the people that would normally be like winning the tournament. One of them was a little squishy Gragas barrel that I think is sitting on one of my shelves still somewhere. So it's kind of like a stress ball, but it's a Gragas barrel. And the other one was Forsaken Jace. It was a skin code. So I didn't actually buy or earn or anything like that. I got it as a card. I earned from a tournament in like one of the most heartwarming ways, and I'm really happy with that. So yeah, no, that's the skin from League that I love the most because of how I got it. I remember well because we also were playing Ultimate Bravery, because that was again, it was a very informal event. We're playing Ultimate Bravery and I was playing some weird Lux build. And this was back when like her best skin was Star Guardian or Steel Legion. And I had Star Guardian. Because I had two skins for her. I had Commando and Star Guardian. And I basically asked my team, I was like, hey, which one would you prefer? And they're like, that's not a fucking question. I'm like, alright then. So yeah, no, that was a cool time. Also, just as a little thing of that, if you ever wanted to, if you're ever a big company and you actually want to foster great community vibes, that's how you do it. You go to events, you set up little mini tournaments like that, you create informal settings for people, and entice good, that sort of personality for stuff. That's why still to this day in League, like I said, I play ARAM mostly because in there, if I sit there and dance in front of my opponents, I'm more likely to be able to dance with them. I'm not guaranteed, I'm not stupid enough to say it's guaranteed. In fact, it's still fairly low odds. Like, easily 30% of the time it's successful, and I don't die to it. But the fact is that, like, versus normal league, it's not even a double digit, right? Even, and then ranked, it's even worse than that. That's something that does make me a little sad. That's why even like when I'm playing with mates in Warframe, I make an active effort to be silly. Even if I'm playing like this kind of build, right? If I'm rezzing someone, I will teabag. Or if we kill a boss, I will teabag the boss. Just for a little bit of haha reminder of funny things. Right? I want to know, and I only teabag people when I'm rezzing people. I only teabag friends. I do not teabag like randoms or anything like that. I'm not that scummy. But no, I will go up to people at the start of mission and do just the old crush man. Good old crush man. Alright. However, what games companies should not do is give away too much, because if they give away too much, that's what the fan base starts to expect and complain when they stop. Yes, I do agree with that. That's why I say, like, it's not about the giving me a skin. It's about the environment that was there and giving positive vibes to that environment. So yeah, no, it should not be an expectation you should get free stuff, because then you do create a problem. A massive problem of expectation. I 100% agree with that. Because like, Warframe struggles a lot when it comes to its monetization, purely because so much of the game, like, the moment they started adding things that you couldn't purchase with plat, they hit such a fucking brick wall with the community. It's like, oh no, you can only buy this with real money. And it's like, how fucking dare you? That's why the Heirloom collection got so dicked on for it being the original one, because it was temporary. Like it's, oh, this is one-off. You can only purchase this with real money, and people did not find that worth it. And it's like, look, this is because all of you have become quite accustomed to getting this specific thing. It's like, sometimes I won and had fun. It's pulling me back. Again, only ARAM, devil. Only ARAM. Remind yourself, this is only ARAM. You're gonna lose in about 3 games eventually. It's fine. Have some fun with ARAM, and then remember how shit the game is, how shit personalities are, and then you'll move. It's the best way to play League. But yeah, no, like, do I think that, like, them increasing the plat value was probably good? Yeah. I think that, when they increased how much plat you got from the Heirloom collection, it kind of justified it a lot more to people. But, like, everyone going, like, how dare you, it's a one-off and all this stuff. It's like, look, it's a hard thing to do, because Warframe is a free-to-play game. They add so much insane content, and they ensure that it's almost always evergreen. There's a hard situation with that. And then League has those issues as well, where like they'll do the Ari skin, which I thought was cool. I think that was fairly reasonable, and overall, and it's just simply, look, if you really don't like this, don't buy it. If everyone doesn't buy it, then the Riot won't do it again. Oh, people bought it? Well, that's because people thought that that was worth it. Now, do I think it's fair to make a statement of like, oh, this is them being like greedy and all that? It's like, a company's got to make money. They're going to find as many ways as they can. If I disagree with something, I will just not buy it. And in fact, I don't put much money into League, if any at all, nowadays. I've put thousands in the past, or hundreds at least. I don't think I've put thousands. Yeah, I don't think I've put thousands into my account. I think my account's probably totaling in about 1,000 because I've been gifted a few things. But yeah, I remember playing with 3 friends and one random Lucian telling us they were fuck our moms. Hell yeah. 20-year-olds laughing our asses off at him. Yeah, no, that's the best shit, man. I love hearing the fuck your mom shit in games. It's actually one of the funniest things. What do you think is the worst thing for games beside the obvious thing of making pay-to-win players having massive advantages compared to... That is definitely a huge thing. I do think, like... So, on side of that is FOMO, right? So we've talked a lot about FOMO. The problem is FOMO's become, like... It's become one of those words that is buzzword now, less than actually meaning. Because this is the problem with... the public is that they'll say a word, they'll actually mean it correctly, and then it will slowly get Chinese whispered down to something completely different. What FOMO actually is, so fear of missing out, is adding something to, say, a battle pass that is a statistical advantage over another player, and then telling you that that battle pass is temporary. I have now created the fear of missing out, the fear of a tactical advantage not being available to me long term. This is what gacha games do. This is like a very large majority of what a gacha game is they'll add a banner character. The character is only here for 3 weeks, and this character is now a power gap on everything else. The good thing you see with most is that they'll have the character return. The problem is they'll still power gap them. That's how it is. Every character needs to be slightly stronger or side grade in some interesting way to make it worth buying. Power creep's a mixed bag. I used to not like it. I understand it more now. I do think certain games can avoid it a lot more than they do, but it is something that is, I guess, a pretty bad travesty on a lot of games. But yeah, no, fear of missing out, an actual version of what it is supposed to be the complaint of, yeah, I think fear of missing out's awful. But it comes to that whole argument of pay to win, right? But it's more like, if there's an event or something like that and it's locked to that, that's also a way of looking at it. I do not think seasonal rewards that are cosmetic are fear of missing out. Oh no, I missed out on this one elf hat. That gives me no statistical advantage in any way over another player. It is a cosmetic. This is FOMO. No, it is not. Cosmetics are not FOMO. That is a company trying to make money. And at the end of the day, that is what most games, especially like actual large-scale companies, are for. They're there to make money. It's great when they also have really passionate people and are able to not get bogged down by executives to make a game less interesting, in a sense. Because again, it's never the developers, always those people just above them. And it's not even like the people on the board meetings, it's because they don't know what the fuck's going on down there. It's the people between, where they're saying, no, everything's fine, and then looking at the developers and going, you need to do this differently. And it's like, what? That's why all battle passes should be cosmetic only. Sometimes non-major resources, that way free to play are not missing anything. If there are minor resources, just a little bonus. Yeah, well, it's because, so have you seen, like, Star Rail's Battle Pass? I think that's a great implementation, because the difference between the paid and non-paid, so there's, a light cone you can get from the paid only. That is the only way to get that those light cones. However, they're not the strongest out there. In fact, they're very easily stronger. They're just there as a thing that's kind of a nice bonus. Other than that, it's just resources. I think you get like maybe 5 free wishes, and that's about it. And that's like the only difference between them. Now, there's an argument to be made that that light cone, it's like, oh, that's a bit rough, right? And it's like, yeah, but you can buy any level of the pass and it's fine. And you get that immediately if you get to the point where it unlocks. And I cannot stress enough, for the most part, outside of, I think, the hunt one, it's not even that good. And you get so many light cones that you'll probably just breeze past it eventually anyway. Like, fuck, if they put, like, the herder shop ones behind that sort of paywall, I would definitely be pissy. But that's time-gated, because that's just, like, you need to keep playing Simulated Universe every week. And you'll get them. So, do I think that's fine? Sure. And especially, no, that light cone never changes. They're not changing that light cone at all. It is a set thing, so every time you can get the same one or a new one from the list, because it's one for every main faction that exists currently. We know that there's a new path, I think is actually the term, coming in the near future. But I don't know if they're going to add that to the battle pass. That'll be interesting to find out. Like, if they looked a character behind it, yeah, no, I think that's completely fair to fucking yell and scream at them at that point. If they don't, it's a light cone. And it's a 4-star one, not a 5-star one. You fill your inventory with 4 stars already, so not a big issue. Now, you could make an argument right there, by the way, of it's like, oh, well, that's you justifying that, and it's like, actually, that's a lot worse than it is, and that's fair. That is up to definitely personal interpretation. I'm not going to say you're wrong for saying, no, that is a touch too far. I don't think it is, and that's definitely that personal level of thing. But I do think that, like, for example, Warframe. Warframe got a lot of flack with its Prime Access for a while. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't see a problem with that. You're paying to just speed up your grind a little bit. Realistically speaking, there are 2 people that are gonna buy the Prime Access. Those that don't play the game that much because they're working and they're weekend warriors for the game. So that means that they only play on the weekend because they're working the rest of the time, and they have the disposable income for that. Or those that play the game in excessive amount and need to speed up their grind, otherwise it just gets really, really gearish. And they're playing like every day. I have been in both of those categories for this game. I have both been in the, I played Warframe like way too much, that I would sometimes skip out on a lot of things. And then there was a portion of time where I was working so much that I literally, if I didn't bind the Prime Access, I would just never get the Primes. And then the majority of the time I've played this game, I haven't been buying Prime Accesses. And I've now seen what all 3 of those are, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty content not buying them, but if I can, I would. And of course, I never hit the fucking things. I mean, I can always tell my Mesa Prime story for whether or not Prime Access is worth it. And once your stream's showcasing, once you're strong enough, grinding is easy but repetitive. Yeah, more or less. Like, that's the thing, is ironically enough, especially to newer players of Warframe, I'm going to very clearly say this. If you want to get into Warframe, you want to do that, don't look at the meta builds. Don't look at any of that shit. Learn the game organically and don't put a diamond for a while. If you see a skin and you really like it, go farm plat maybe. Because you can do that. Or maybe put 20 bucks in every couple of months. I don't know. I'm not going to say not. There's a reason why there's a strategy a lot of people have where, so one of the daily rewards you can get is a platinum discount. And I knew a mate of mine that had a rule that outside of Prime Accesses, unless he hit a 75% discount on your next plat purchase, he would just never put money into the game. And that's a really good way of doing it once you get like heavy into the game. If you have the disposable income, that's probably your best way to do it. But yeah, no, like, in a sense, the game gets very repetitive, and if you take away a lot of things, you do tend to run out of interesting farm things. To be fair, Warframe isn't meant to be a competitive game. Play whatever you want. That as well, right? Like, one of the things I've always hated, this was true at one point, sometimes, is that, but it's not the case most of the time Warframes existed, which is that, like, people make this thing of like, oh, if you don't play these Warframes, you can't play the game. It's like, no. Every Warframe is viable. Some are definitely stronger at certain circumstances than others. I'm not going to give you that false illusion. Like, sure, Limbo is definitely going to be a lot stronger when it comes to a defensive mission versus, say, Grenier than, I don't know, fucking Avara would be. That's a debatable one. Point is, though, is that, yeah, certain characters fill better niches, and that's good. That's actually a really good thing to have. You should have things like that. However, there are certain frames that do certain things so insanely well that it does really blow them out of the water. Nova is a really great example of this, actually. Nova, especially with her now recent buff, has become, I would argue, one of the best frames in the game. Why is that? Well, it's because they basically took what was good about her, which already made her, like, really good, and just made it so you didn't have to spend as much for it. And it's way more intuitive. Because to give an idea, shorthand of it, so Nova's abilities, her passive was like, I think when you picked up energy, or no, when you got knocked down, you could knock down targets around you. Now it's been replaced with, what has it been replaced with? I actually can't remember. There we go. Enemies, while slowed down, have a 15% chance to drop health orbs. Enemies that are sped up have a 15% chance to drop energy orbs. Way better. This hasn't changed much outside of you can recast it now while it's active. But all that will, and it's a little bit easier to obtain. But it's basically you can get 90% damage reduction from having these little orbs around me that you see. And they seek out targets and deal damage. And the damage and stuff is actually way more viable now, so it's actually quite nice. This just became much more easier to use, and now does Blast, which is a much better thing. Nourish is not normally in her kit. It is replacing her Warp that she has, which no longer has a duration, has charges, way better. And then her ult, the biggest thing they did is that they've changed it so instead of building negative power strength actually speeds up enemies, now I can build power strength on it, and if I hold the button down, it will give the wave, it will make them speed up, but if I only tap it, it will slow them down. Right? That's way, way better for her kit. So it's more intuitive, and it's easier to use, and it means that I don't have to, like, go into a mission and go, I'm a slow Nova or a speed Nova, it's I'm both, and it's great. Slower and speed Nova are the big things that were kept her viable. The speed up especially. You might not realize it, but speeding up enemies is a really valuable thing. An enemy being 75% faster, yeah, they'll deal damage more often, but if I don't give a shit, then I can just kill things faster, which makes most missions way more enjoyable and way faster. Like Overwatch, characters are stronger and weaker than others, but if you know how to play a character, you can see it with anything. Yeah, that's more or less the case. It's like, I mean, even League kind of has that to an extent. Like, there's a reason why you can one-trick a lot of characters. But there are definitely certain characters that, like, yeah, you can play this in theoretically each role and do fairly decent with them. The problem is that, like, some are definitely more attuned to junglers, some are more attuned to being an ADC, some are more attuned to being a support, stuff like that. Right? Like, people forget about Alistair Jungle, for example. Good old AP Alistair Jungle, and there's a reason why we should forget about that, like, holy god. But, like, that's kind of the thing, right? Is, like, some games are a little bit more hard in its definitions, and that's kind of sad, but understandable. But that's when, like, especially in those games, like League, that's because they have a cast of hundreds of characters. It's kind of hard to not do that. And again, like, realistically speaking, any jungler can be a laner most of the time. There's only like 1 or 2 characters I would argue definitely feel worse playing them like that. Ivan's probably one of the only ones I can think of right off the top of my head. Because he actively has a passive that sets him as a jungler. But I've still seen plenty of people play him in lane. I've seen people play him as a support. Fuck, I've seen people play him in mid lane. That's when you know people are really trying. Fuck, one of my only League content creators I watch is a guy that plays Thresh as either like an ADC or a mage, depending on how he's feeling. He doesn't play Thresh support. And he doesn't play things is the intended way a lot of the time. He tries to find weird and wacky builds that he likes, and he plays them fairly decently. This is, was it Cryo, I believe is his name? I love his content, because it's someone playing the game the way they want and being good enough to kind of compensate for that. And showing that, like, you don't have to just go to a website and see what the best build is to do well at a game. Right? What you don't want to do is make one character drastically stronger or weaker than the rest in the roster to the point where you win or lose. But yeah, no, that is something you need to avoid, and that's like we talked about this actually fairly recently. The Grievous Wounds rework that they did in League at one point. That fucked the game really badly because that was like Ardent Sensor heaven meta, and it became, is your team got a Cogmore? No. Was he banned? No. Okay, you've probably lost. Because they're probably going to have a Janna or a Soraka, and that bot lane's going to win the game now. Like, Lulu was kind of okay, but nowhere near as good as Janna or Soraka. And it was just, that was such an unpleasant meta to play. Anyone that actually played during that time will agree, that was fucking awful. That is definitely something that shouldn't be the case. That is a meta that you definitely want to avoid at all costs in your games. But it's fine to go like, oh, did they pick this character? Okay, well I could probably pick this character and they do quite well into that. Oh, they picked that character, that one's a really hard one because that means that if we don't bully them early, they're going to get way stronger than us later in general. Oh, they picked this character, okay, well they're going to bully us early, but it's, if we play safe, we can outscale them. That is the mentality you should be able to have. That's a really, really good, like, way of having your game feeling. I think most people will agree with that sentiment, right? But that's why, like, yeah, in Warframe, there are times where they will nerf characters, and it is because they clearly do step out of line. They're pretty good at Warframe, because they don't like nerfing things. They really don't. They like to try and see why is something underperforming more than why is something overperforming. There are definitely some times where something overperforms so much that they're like, okay, no, something's wrong here. And realistically, there are certain weapons in the game that I would argue actually could be nerfed and it would probably make the game health better. But they don't because they're normally so niche and such that it's like, well, it's justifiable. Right? Ignis Wraith was a great example of this as well. Is like Ignis Wraith went under the radar for the longest time and was not really considered a great weapon. In my experience from the community. even though like I immediately built it the same as what as another meta weapon we had at the time that just got nerfed, which was the Cyanide Simulator, and it ended up being one of the strongest fucking weapons in my arsenal for the longest time. And then people started doing that same build, and then immediately it became one of the best weapons in the game. And it's like that sort of thing. It's like sometimes these weapons are really, really strong and people just don't realize it, and it just takes that one catalytic moment for the community to switch over, and now like 60% of the player base is using it. You could yell at me right now because I am using the Taurodin Cannon, which is considered basically the current strongest weapon in the game, and honestly, 100% agree. It is definitely a bit on the stupid side. However, I'm playing it because I was leveling it, right? Now that it's fully leveled, I'm probably not going to keep playing it because I don't actually enjoy it as much as, say, like the Boar Prime and Cannon. For Warframe, you should actually look at it as is it really the Warframe or is it the player using it? Yeah, no, 100%. Like, a lot of the time that does actually impact a lot. To give an idea, I play Mesa in a way that a lot of people would probably call heretical, because I play her pretty strictly as a tank. But I give her like a couple of DPS options. Like, my damage is high enough to get me the 95% damage reduction from Shatter Shield, and then nothing more. It's a lot of duration, and a lot of health and armor and shit like that. Why? Because I find that really fucking funny to be this gunslinger that's running around that just don't fucking die and CCs everyone. Fuck it, one of my favorite Loki builds in this game is like the most like intense definition of if I do enough things so the enemy can't even fucking fight me, then I can't die. Because you can be invisible as Loki naturally. Then I have Radiating Disarm for his ult, an augment, which basically means that when I use the ult, it applies a radiation proc, and because it's the ult, it disarms them. So they'll just run around with a bunch of clubs hitting each other. And then I also have Shooting Gallery with its augment on there. So I'm now making enemies slap their sticks because the weapon is jammed, irradiated, so if they're not jammed, they're fighting each other, and then occasionally I just fucking blind them. It's really fucking funny. And then I'm invisible the whole time, so I can just hit them all and they can't do shit to me. Especially if I have a stealth weapon. That is a perfect example of a build that is like, would I call it a meta build or a good build? No, but it's really fucking fun. Have you seen like 30 dudes run at you, fucking then have to pull out their clubs, start slapping their clubs, and then like once they've stopped slapping their clubs, they punch each other? It's really fucking funny. Which Warframe doesn't really suffer with this, but games like League, when people say high skill characters are bad, the reason is they're bad. Yes! No, 100%, that is very clear with League. I mean, one of the, I want to say recent examples, this might date me a little bit, but an example that I use a lot for that is, there was a character in League called Bard. If anyone remembers Bard on release, you'll know everyone thought he was one of the worst champions ever released. Then one support, I believe it was C9's support, Cloud9 Gaming's support. He started playing him and he figured something out about him. And then he realized, oh shit, no, Bard is fucking obscenely strong. Holy shit. And then Bard got nerfed, like, excessively after a while, because, yeah. And that's what that comes to, the problem with something like Bard is actually, mechanically speaking, he is very difficult. He has got a bit of a higher thing. Well, I don't know if as much now. But, like, especially at the time when roam supports were the meta. Because that was the problem, is that the meta he released into wasn't a roam support meta. Now, then it became a roam support meta, and he became completely broken. The problem lies with characters like that and characters like Cassante, where no matter what you do to their numbers, there's going to be one of two situations for the character. They're either going to be horrendously broken in the right hands and not great in others, or they're just terrible across the board. You cannot balance a character like Cassante because of the way their kit works. There needs to be heavy reworks, and I don't like when they release characters like that, because it just, I look at it and I go, this is just not going to be fun for you guys. There's a reason why the champion Rel has been like quite severely reworked multiple times, because her kit is a perfect definition of, if they tune the numbers any way, it just is this lever of too strong or too weak. And Cassante is the exact same thing. Now, I'm not going to make the statement of I know how to play Cassante. I've played him like, I don't even think double digits amount of times, and 2 of those times were in testing tools, like AI only games, so I could actually just like see how his kit worked. Because I like when a character comes out, I buy them and I see how their kit works. I play it in an only bots game, so I can see how they kind of mechanically function, see if there's anything I can learn from them and all that. And when I play Cassante, I'm like, this is easy. I understand this. But I can see how this is just going to be a problem. Since you told me not to play Summoner's Rift, I did it. You fucking mong. Have you no care for your own safety? Just play ARAM. It's the only way to play League that's actually kind of close to being fun. I think Jay's top and the other guy was top Victor. I'm pretty sure Victor's more of a bottom, but you know. But hey, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not saying games shouldn't have high skill characters. They should just work as playable for noobs, but masterable by... Yes. No, I agree with that. And I think, and maybe I'll be disagreed with on this, but Azir is a great example of that. A noob can play Azir and do decently, and it's effective. But like a person that actually knows what they're fucking doing with Azir, like a person knowing what they're playing at the helm of Azir is actually fucking terrifying. If you've ever gone against a good Azir, and I speak from experience of having been good at Azir, especially when his dashes were a bit longer, yeah, no, he's scary. I too love to have a character that can just completely reposition the enemy team in like half a second from half the map away. Yeah, no, they did need to nerf the ranges on those, I gotta say. And yeah, no, now he's definitely still very strong in the hands of someone that knows what they're doing. But someone that doesn't, again, they'll probably just play a build that means they can attack with the soldiers, and like use Q to just reposition the soldiers to deal more damage, or maybe occasionally try and go for an execute. They won't try and use Azir themselves, they'll try and use the soldiers. That's the big difference between a good and a bad Azir. Is like, in the nicest sense, a good Azir will remember they're playing Azir. A bad Azir will just focus on their soldiers.
That's it. You opened the relic.
And honestly, at that point in time, they use E only as an escape tool. That's fine. It's perfectly fine. That's kind of the point we're making with that. It's like, it's cool to have characters like that. It's just the problem is when they're very mechanically specific no matter what you do, they're going to be oppressive in a bad way. Cassante is the great example of that. Because I would argue a bad Cassante player can still just one-shot your team by slamming their face on a keyboard more times than they should be able to. And that's just because they deal enough true damage. Don't get me wrong, they're going to be normally stupid enough to just use their ult in a way that kills them. More than that would happen. But the fact is, it's too high of a chance that they can still just freely do things. I just think his kit does a little too much. I think that's something that I saw as kind of a general opinion as well. Like, I don't think characters like fucking Aphelios are overloaded. I think he's a very linear, very simple character, and a lot of people make it out like he's a lot more complex than he is. I do wish that League was better at like giving short explanations of what their characters do. Because like realistically, I can sum up Aphelios in like a paragraph, and that's about it. Alright? It's like he has 5 different ways of attacking that you can switch between. Each have like an ammo thing, you have 2 equipped at a time. Once you run out of one, you go cycle to the next one. One means you have slightly longer range and makes his ability so you can fire a bolt and then you can shoot the person that bolt hit within range. One gives you slight health on hit, and when you activate it, you rapidly attack nearby enemies. One gives you a thing that when you hit them, you can you apply a slow, and when you activate it, you root targets that have that slow on them. Another one is you get a slight, like, behind them cone of damage, behind the target cone of damage, and if you activate it, you deal a cone of damage in front of you. Another one is that you get chakrams. That's probably the most complex one, because it's like, when you use an ability related to the chakrams, you get chakrams that mean that you get, like, more additional hits. And his activation is you get a turret. I think I've pretty much summed up his entire kit outside of his ult, right? Oh, and whatever your secondary, the not equipped weapon you have, but the one that you have equipped, like, your not active weapon, but the equipped weapon, amplifies your primary ability. There we go. I think that's everything but his ultimate. Summed up. He's not a complex character. That is not a complex character. Complex character, and maybe this is kind of me being fucked up because of this, and a complex character in my eyes is something like fucking Invoker from Dota 2. Because he is the definition of an actually really intense situational character where he genuinely has a shitload of abilities and a shitload of little tiny effects that make him really hard to manage if you don't know what you're doing. However, if you don't know what you're doing, you can literally pull up a thing in-game that's a tooltip to permanently show you the combinations, and realistically, you're probably only going to use about 4 combinations in a game, and you'll start memorizing those ones. A good Invoker will have all of them memorized in their fucking head and be able to switch between them freely. Case in point, that's how I played him. You might see a lot about me from the fact that I'm saying I played a lot of Invoker. I was a very, very good person. I loved Invoker. Invoker, Oracle, I liked a lot of those kind of characters that had weird effects like that. Definitely had like you had to pay attention to what you were doing sort of effects, but you could get some real good power out of them. But yeah, no, Invoker is one that, like, could I summarize it quickly? Not off the top of my head. Because, like, this is why, like, I loved when people said Hui was, like, it's Invoker for League, and I'm like, yeah, that kind of shows how much more simple and, like, linear they make their stuff, because that's way simpler. The fact that they categorized things in a much more, like, succinct manner is fucking massive. Is what?
Well
I
done.
believe Invoker has... Is it 10? It's 10, right? Or 10 that I know of. 10 major abilities that he can switch between, all of which function significantly different and can actually completely alter how you would play the character based on what you'd focus on. Like, the fact is, I can name 3 of them and you... Like, look at Hui, right? Hui has all caster sort of effects. He has some supportive effects, but mostly he's like, is damage and CC, right? Damage, CC, and shields. I think that, and movement speed. Those are the only things he actually offers. Alright, and when I say movement speed, I mean movement speed for slows and movement speeds for speed ups. So, whereas like Invoker, I could just list, what's it called? Oh, I'm actually blanking on its name. It's, is it Exhort? Is it class? Exhort? No. What's the fucking combat steroid for his kit? Does anyone remember? Point is that one of his things is basically it gives a bunch of movement speed, attack speed, and then at the time it also gave on-hit damage to a target. You could use it on yourself, you could use it on allies, all that. There is another one he has, which is he can summon spirits. That's Exhort, off the top of my head. Invoker is like playing Mortal Kombat. Each character has dozens of different attacks and combos, but only select flute if you take to the time to learn everything. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, if you actually spend time playing Invoker and all that, you understand when to use the combos. That's the big thing. That's why I agree with the fighter analogy. It's like, it's not that which combo is stronger, it's which combo is the one to use right now. Sure, this character has a touch of death, but like the touch of death requires a setup. But like you have Cold Snap, you have Ice Wall, you have Ghost Walk, you have Meteor, you have Sunstrike. Sunstrike's a great example. Sunstrike is an ability that if you cast it, you set a location, and then after a portion of time, a pure damage beam comes from the sky. You can cast this anywhere on the map. And then I just told you earlier had an ability that is, I give you another character attack speed and movement speed and an on-hit. Those are not 2 abilities you would put on a League character. And then he has another ability that's basically in an area after a duration, nukes character's mana and deals damage based on the mana nuke. He has another one which is send out a tornado in a direction and it deals a little bit of damage and lifts them up in the air and stuns them for that time. Alright? There is so many different ways that these characters interact with things. Like, the problem is that realistically, anyone that actually knows League and doesn't know Dota is going to get confused because actually at the end of the game, Invoker becomes a right-click carry the majority of the time if he's not playing supportive. If he's playing supportive, he still kind of ends up as a right-click carry. But the reasoning is because still to this day, Dota doesn't really give mages the opportunity to do anything other than right-click. Right-click in Dota is still, like, typically how almost all characters end up. Any carries end up, I should say. Because there's no such thing as really AP. There is Spell Amp, and I think it's gotten a little bit better nowadays. There was a portion of time where Int gave Spell Amp, and that was cool. Because that meant certain characters felt a bit better, but it was a little too liberal and easy to obtain, and it just meant certain characters scaled out of proportion too quickly. So they had to keep nerfing them, and then it ended up being really awful, and all that. I just think Spell Amp should be a little bit more common, but a little bit more on, like, just only items, right? To make it a little bit fairer. Doesn't do this, but if he did, Invoker players would right to increase the opponent's movement speed when it would benefit. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, that is actually the perfect statement of kind of what Invoker is Invoker is all about... I mean, for that, you look at Oracle, right? So, if you might not know what Oracle's kit is, each of his abilities kind of have, like, an upside and a downside, and you can cast them on allies and enemies. And it's all about getting those upsides and downsides correct. So how his Q works is that it is a channelable, but you can like cast it at any time. It just gets stronger with the channel time. And I think it gets a big area based on channel time. Anyway, cast it on a target, in an area around them, apply the effect that you would apply. So it roots enemies, and it purges debuffs from allies and purges buffs from enemies. Why does this matter? Well, then let's look at the third ability. The third ability is the best way to kind of look at how this works. Third ability is deal a bunch of pure damage and then give a player a health regen. Like a lot of health regen. So what you can do is you can use the damage part of that and then immediately cast Q on a target to remove the heal from an enemy. Or you can use your Q on an ally that's about to go in and use your E on that target that's about to go in, so they get a shitload of healing as burst going in to counteract like the burst of the enemy, and also roots a bunch of enemies nearby and removes some of their maybe immediate combat buffs that they would get. Okay. Then his W, I don't know if it still is this because they've changed a lot of these systems, but what it used to do was it gave magic immunity. I believe now it's just magic damage negation. And it blocks and it disarms you, so you can't attack. Why is this good? Well, what you could do is you could cast it on a player and then use your E, and then it would mean that the damage would not come through, but the healing would. So what you could do is you could, if you're wanting to really protect an ally, you could cast that on them so they can try and get out of the fight, and you could cast your E on them so they could get healing and not take damage. Or I could cast it on an enemy so they stop right-clicking, and then we can just focus them down with raw damage, or they don't have abilities and everything, so we can just ignore them. And then his ult is on an ally, grant them basically, like, their health does not move for the duration. However, all healing and damage they receive during that time is tallied, healing is amplified, and at the end of the duration, apply both. Some 90% of the time, you're going to see the person come out of it either just dead or full health. I'm going to be honest. I have come out of it sometimes only moving like 10% health, and at those moments you're like, oh, that was an intense fight. But that's kind of that point, right? So that's how his kit works. I've just explained a shitload of effects, and you can kind of see where like his character is designed around being very careful and being very smart about which abilities you use when. Because all of these have like decent-ish cooldowns as well. Aside from his E I believe has a fuck all cooldown, but that's because, like, again, it's you can't spam heal your ally because you're just gonna kill them. G7 Meso. So that's kind of that point of like being a kit that would be a hard kit to balance. However, it also isn't at the same time because it's linear with all of its effects. They're very synergistic, but synergy doesn't mean complexity. This is the important point. Because, like, arguably speaking, you can just go, okay, well, he's disarming people for too long. We're going to lower the duration of his W, and that's actually a huge nerf, so we might need to buff a number somewhere else. There should be more dual supporter / disable characters because people would need to think when you want to support disable any game. Yeah, I honestly think there should be more characters in general designed with that kind of like how Oracle is theory where like you do a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, and it's not that either is good or bad, it's that both are very adequate, but it's the fact that you can do both. I would love to see that more often. Because I want to stress, if you want like dedicated healers or anything like that, there is plenty of those options in Dota. There's a reason why the Oracle is fairly consistently a character that's kind of played, is because it's not that he's a dedicated healer, and it's not that he's a dedicated disabler, it's that he's both. He's an enchanter and a disabler and a healer. This is great. And technically you could consider him a nuker because his Q does actually do quite a lot of damage and his E does a shitload of damage. The thing is that it's also got the healing tied to it. But like, that's that thing. It's like, oh, you want disable? Fucking play Tidehunter. Tidehunter, get Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger, Tidehunter mean haha for like funny times. We now have the best, like, some of the best engage in the game. Or just play Magnets, right? Shit like that. But like, you want dedicated support healer, like enchanter? Oh, go play IO. You're not gonna play the game, but it's basically, imagine if Yuumi was targetable. Is what IO is. But also imagine if Yuumi could actually still play right click. Because yes, that is really funny. I don't know, does he still have the... I wonder if IO still has the effect. One of his talents you could get for him was your tethered ally, because your Q tethers you between, and you share like healing and shit. And you can share buffs, certain buffs. Anyway, what you could do is IO would automatically attack the target that your tethered ally would attack. So that was one really funny build. So you could actually like build him right click and then tether up to an ally and sit in the back, or sit far enough back that you're kind of safe and just nuke the shit out of them because you're like attacking that way. It's really funny. There's a portion of the time as well that like if say you had a Medusa in your team and you had IO, it would get really silly very quickly because Medusa has split shot. Eventually she can get split shot applies modifiers, so think Runaan's Hurricane from League of Legends, but actually applying things. And you can like split up to, I think it's 4 targets. So yeah, applying that effect to 4 targets, it means that you and IO are attacking their entire team or base and vaporizing them. It's very funny. Very, very funny. But yeah, as you can tell, I do research a shitload of games, by the way, and play a lot of different games, well, used to, anyway. And I do try and keep up with these games as much as I can. Dota I've definitely slacked off on in the last, like, 2 years. Because the main content creator I watched for it, he stopped doing daily content, started doing less often, and... I don't know, I've just not been in the mood to watch Dota content. And realistically, when I was watching him as well, he would do Dota arcade content, which I found way more interesting. I didn't really like what Dota was doing over the majority of it for a long time. Still don't really like the game, but then again, like I also have said very plain, like I don't really like League either. I play ARAM because I need to scratch the itch of playing a MOBA from time to time. And I don't have HOTS installed. Because it's... I don't know if it's worth installing anymore. Which makes me very sad. I'm still very, very sad that HOTS just didn't get the love and care it kind of deserved and needed. I will always kind of not look at Blizzard fondly for that, because I was part of that community quite heavily. I understand their decisions, but like, as someone that was actually invited to go play on an esports team for HOTS and declining because I didn't really want to move to the US at the time, and seeing what that did to the people that I knew when they basically cut support for tournaments and shit like that, I was like, damn. This is actually really fucking depressing, and especially scared me because, like, what happens if I said yes? Because I would have then moved to the US, and then I would have been stuck in the US without, like, in a situation where I'm like, I don't really have an easy way of going back to New Zealand. I'd have been fucking screwed. And I would have spent a lot of money to make that sort of situation happen as well, if you think about it. So it just... I'm glad I said no. I'm very glad I said no. Very sad still, though. But yeah, that's how gaming goes. You gotta work with it. Video compression's funny. Yeah, I probably should turn the particles down a little bit because Warframe is notoriously bad for bitrate issues. And the problem as well is... Oh no, it is on the low, yeah. That's not on low though. Warframe is one of those bitrate killer games. It's really hard to stream. And these are actually the compressed numbers as well. That's the fun part. Because you can get the full numbers, which I had on until recently.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission and find out what's inside.
Because yeah, I do agree though, it's like Dazzle and Dota, most metrics he's a support, but there are players that decide to make him DOT attacker and his poison touch. Yeah, no, I remember Dazzle carry. To be fair, I remember Dazzle carry, like, he's gone through some massive reworks, right? The more fighting he does, the lower the video quality gets. Yeah, again, Warframe bitrate is an eternal issue that there's just no resolution for. And I want to stress, it's not even on my end. It's literally just how bitrate is, right? I'm actually uploading at basically what would be 1080 4K range for bitrate. I'm not even kidding. And the fact that you're seeing like the bitrate dumpster dive every time I go into a fight, yeah. This is why I also don't stream Vampire Survivors that much, but I stream Warframe because it's like mostly manageable. Because Vampire Survivors has horrendous bitrate issues. And there is stuff that, by the way, like Twitch and shit can do to actually compensate for this issue. It is known. It's just really expensive. Well, it's not even that expensive. It's just time consuming and expensive, and it's kind of not something that can be easily justified for. You have to acknowledge that, like, a company's going to do only the bare minimum most of the time to try and get them the most that they can. And that's the same as that's human nature, right? You might disagree with me on that, and I do not blame you for disagreeing with me, but rule of thumb is human nature is the definition of trying to get the most out of the least effort. Because you could make an argument, oh, but what about those people that do like the hard work and all that? It's like they're doing the least effort because they're not wanting to put in the effort to do the other thing. They're just doing the thing that they know how to do. They could have gone and asked someone, is there a better way? And they didn't. So it's them trying to do least effort and ended up with more work. Right? I don't know what's happening. To be fair, the short answer is if you see the numbers, that means I'm probably killing something. Like anything in my crosshair pretty much dies instantly, so. The main thing is this stuff as well, I guess, which is the loot that I'm farming for, and I'm getting very unlucky for. Very, very unlucky. G9 Lith. This is the last Gauss Prime Systems that I can farm for. And then we have the Neo M5 for the blueprint that I'm going to farm for. And of course I don't hit because I never fucking hit this shit, man. Why would I get what I wanted? This is at least better than Overwatch, I can at least understand this. I would, yeah, to be fair, I haven't looked at Overwatch, since well before Overwatch 2 came out, right? When was the last time I played Overwatch? Do y'all remember that one character that's a hacker girl? I played when she came out. Still played a little at that point. So it starts with S. Sombra? I think? Sombra? I would understand Overwatch. I know. I mean, again, it's as simple as you. If there's a health bar, I remove it. Nah, y'all wanna get like upset a little bit with what I played in Overwatch. You want to hear the characters I play. Sure, I'm gonna get hate for this. Especially knowing that like I played since basically release, right? Like when I played release and then didn't really play much eventually because I kind of got, I was getting very burned out at the time. I played a lot of Hanzo. Yeah, Hanzo was probably my most played, then Torbjorn, then Bastion. I also played a lot of, oh, what's the chick that puts down the laser turrets? Can't remember her name. Played a fair bit of her as well. I don't think you should be an alive person, my friend. That's fair.
That's it. You opened the relic.
Honestly, the moment you heard Hanzo, you're like, yeah, this guy should not be here. Did you see the Vishojo girl who shot her own mod? I heard about it. I haven't looked yet. I need to look at that because that was one of those things that like I saw something about it in passing and I had to double take because I'm fucking what? But yeah, no, apparently one of the new Japan Vishojo girls shot her a fucking monitor or some shit. I have a clip right under your stream recommended on fucking can you grab me that link? I know YouTube chat's not gonna let you probably post it easily. I believe if you just grab the link from like after watch and post that, you'll be allowed to post that and I can just grab from there. If you like go into the URL. Can we watch that in a sec? Because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see this. Like, I want to know what the fuck happened for someone to shoot their fucking monitor. Was she playing League? I would understand a little bit at that point, but like... Dude, where are our League of Legends VTubers, man? I'm sure there's a fair few out there. Wonder how toxic they are. Ironically enough, I know more VTubers that play Apex Legends than League of Legends, and I've never played Apex, and nor do I intend to. Much like Fortnite, I don't really think I'd enjoy those sorts of games. Of course, I never get what I want. Okay, so it's M5. Neo? Neo. Because we want the Gauss blueprint. I've seen a lot of VTubers playing Valorant, but no one playing LoL. Yeah, like, I think it's, like, Valorant, Apex, those ones are the... Oh, sorry. The main ones that I've seen. I don't know. Shooter games, I guess, right? Weird one. Oh, thank you. We'll watch that, like... straight after this mission. We'll finish this thing first. So we'll start heading towards the exit now, I guess. And we'll watch that. Cause I want to see this shit, man. I want to see this shit. I want to understand what led to the situation as best I can, because it just sounds really comical. How does one find themselves shooting their fucking monitor? Does she vibe check her monitor? Did the monitor fail the vibe check?
Papa left some bad things behind. That book's one of them.
Well, that's gonna make this a little bit more interesting. Okay, I said it was gonna make it interesting. It really hasn't. This is depressingly easy to kill this thing, huh? If you're wondering, this is a special mini-boss that can appear, that I'm fighting right now. And yes, this is me fighting it. Because I need to go kill its book. There we go. I killed it. I killed the book.
I told you not to mess with it.
Why would I learn how to read when I can shoot a book? I annoyed a VTuber a few days ago, and she went on my during stream. Didn't ban me. Still, apparently 2 days ago she made a mistake. Ran. She had to apologize to the guy. Oh no. That's actually mildly funny. Dude, imagine. To be fair, every once in a while I have mistaken like 1 or 2 people here for others, because there are names that are very similar. And I do apologize every time if I do that to anyone. Understand, simply put, I'm very stupid. Please don't bully me too much.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
Wasn't even in the stream that day. Oh no! That's even more tragic. It's like, they're not even here. It's like... Oh. Well. Alright. 30 more seconds. There's the exit there, but we need to wait for the timer. Oh. Haha, funny numbers. Okay, that's actually a good reward, but not what we wanted. Fuck. Of course I get, like, the high tier reward and not the silver reward, finally. Alright. Let's exit the mission. We've run this for long enough. Fucking 80-minute run. It's probably closer to, like, 90 minutes.
Another job well executed.
In actuality. No, let's see. Yeah, bit over 90 minutes. This is the pause time. Didn't get a fucking single thing of what I wanted. Actually paying. Alright, now let us look at this fucking video. I want to see this. So I'm going to switch to desktop. Alright, let it figure its shit out. I don't speak good Japanese, so expect some words translated poorly. Okay.
はいでは
Still
お待た
lagging.
せいたしま
Come on.
した
Catch up. Catch up. YouTube?
はいですね今回私が購入したものですねよっこいしょ表いきますひょっちょっと見えるかな
Oh shit, there's a...
ちょっとピントが合わないでかすぎるそれにピントが合わないはい
Dude, that's fucking cool as hell. What?
購入しました幸せねちょっと昔ちっちゃい頃の話なんだけど友達のお兄ちゃんがエアガン持っててもう超かっこよくてそれがもう超欲しかったのなんだけどそんなね、大人にさあれ欲しいこれ欲しいなんて言えるような大人ではなかったのでそうもう指をくわえてねそのエアガン見てるだけしかできなかったんですけどなんだけどまあ今日ねそうデビューを機にちょっとね奮発して買いました マジでお金が
No, no, that I know how much that one
嬉
costs.
しいよ
I look at airsoft from time to
めっちゃ
time.
かっこいい本物みたい重いけど
I think airsoft's cool. A friend got me very close to getting into it properly.
あ嬉しいなそうでもマジでさ本当にちょっと私説明書は読まないタイプなんでどうだろうでもまあ私
Don't read instructions. It's a gun. Probably should.
戦えるでしょ全然使えると思う多分大丈夫なはずなんですちょっと待ってちょっと待ってねちょっと待ってねちょっと待ってあれあれ
Oh my fucking god, you shot. Yeah, so she just shot her monitor.
けど笑うしかないのこれって笑うことしかできないちょっと待ってマジでやばい
Holy shit.
ガチでやばいんだけどWhat the fuck あちょっと待って普通に普通にやばいからちょっと、ごめんちょっともうキルはお疲れ
Yeah, I saw this. This is what I saw as I saw the tweet about this. Holy shit, she just straight up shot her fucking monitor. That's actually so fucking fun. Oh no, you can't. Oh, that's actually really fucking funny. Oh no. Oh, there's a reason why safety exists. That's incredibly funny. That's incredibly funny. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh god. That's okay. I saw Zen reacting to it too. Yeah, I think I saw Zen reacting to it as well. Like, it's just... Or, like, I saw tweets around it all again. Like, I most of the info I had on it was from, like, just scrolling past on Twitter. That's why I'm like, that's just so fucking funny. To actually see that, just the exact moment of, uh-oh. Yeah, so just as a little, like, tidbit, in case people didn't know this, airsofts do still have a shitload of impact rating. Specifically, especially when they are still proper gas, they hit fucking hard and they can penetrate skin at point blank range when it's a strong enough one, right? Like, again, this is the big stress point. But the fact is, I've fired a lot of them, fair few airsofts in my time. A friend of mine had MP5X, I think is what it is, right? And I fired that, and to give an idea, I fired that at a, I don't know if people have got these as well. It's one of those clotheslines that's like the singular, like, metal pole, and then it will rotate around at the top. I fired it at the metal pole. You could see the dent marks on the metal pole from where I shot and where they'd shot before. These things, and this was like a solid 10 meter distance. Ish. 5 meters. 5 meters. We'll give it 5 meters actually, because I was probably a lot younger. So like a 5 meter distance away from metal and denting it. This shit hurts if it hits. Yeah, they're gonna hit the monitor and break it. That's really funny. I hope she's alright though. I assume based on the tweet and everything that I saw, like, it's all sorted now, but that's just a really funny thing to have as like one of your initial things. That is something that's going to stay forever with that VTuber. It's like, hey, you remember that time you shot your fucking monitor? She was fine, but it was funny. Heck, and I'm glad that she's fine. But yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, that is something you do not live down. 100% of the time, you do not live that shit down. That's so funny. And then the fact that her model has the same look, looking on her. Yeah. No, I did find it really funny as well, because, like, I don't know how easy it was to notice right there. But just, like, the tracking, so her mouth has individualized tracking that it would track based on audio input. Not actually, I don't think it had full facial tracking for the mouth, which is why at one point she probably moved away from the tracking thing and was talking, which is why you could see the mouth moving and just the model just looking, kind of it's one of those things that, like, it's a sour thing to have happen, and it does ruin such an amazing moment a little bit for the individual. But, like, you'll look back at that, and in about 5 years especially, you're gonna look back at that fondly and go, God, remember that time I shot my fucking stream? I hope that's gonna be how it goes for them. 'Cause it's just really fucking funny.
This is what we offer.
It's really funny. It's really funny. Oh, why have they changed how this orders? Oh, you weirdos. Go back to default. Is there any of these that I think are that good? Any damage dealt to it will be absorbed by the nervous and channeled into an 8-meter burst. Ooh. You know what? Sure.
Deal.
But yeah, no, we still need to. Still don't have all the stuff for Gauss. That's actually very upsetting. We need 2 more parts. We need blueprint and we need systems. Can't really do anything about it right now though. This is the worst part of farming for prime parts for me. Is that I'll like farm them, I don't get them, and then I'm like, well fuck, what do I do now? I got the shit done. I don't have any more of the relics to use. It's upsetting. Same with Sevagoth. Sevagoth's one fucking part away and I just don't have the relics for it. Just kind of sitting here with my thumb up my ass. Speaking of,
Of course, my Tenno.
alright. But yeah, no, we should probably just farm the fucking, oh yeah, right. That would be a good frame to farm it with. Gauss, right? Gauss is just the best frame to farm it with. I still don't understand why I have holster amp. I feel like this had just come out or something. Or like something about this and it was just a really good thing to run. Because I feel like everyone, and I mean like I'm pretty sure everyone, they can run sprint boost because funny. I still think this build's just the funnest to play with him. It's just the problem is that like it's very clearly designed for like start of mission burst runs. And I'm not gonna lie, I just kind of want to upgrade it, but I don't want to upgrade it especially if there's a prime available of them. Like that's just kind of wasted former at that point, right? I could do Zephyr. Zephyr's pretty solid at moving around fast. Tanya's very good at moving around fast. Yeah, no. I don't know who I want to play right now. This is always a really bad situation for me because I'm just like, I don't know who to play. Have I? Surely not. Yeah, I was about to fucking say. Doesn't she have a skin? Isn't it really awful? I wouldn't say really awful, but definitely not as cool as a prime. It's got some cool things to it, but I definitely think the prime looks cooler. I know, just it's too skinny. I like this. Gives shoulders. Gives a bit of bulk. I like my frames to have a bit of meat on them. What even is her build? Oh shit, that's literally Savage Silence build for leveling her? Damn, that's tragic. Damn, this is just a build, huh? How would you even build Gara? As you'd build her around Splinter Storm and Vitrify, right? Felt like I had a build somewhere for her. That's Gaia, that's Garuda. Don't have one immediately available. But I'm sure I can cook one up quickly. Ooh. Let's see. 200 base armor, 445 health, shield. Probably don't need much in terms of tank. She does have percentage damage mitigation with this one, right? I think that goes up to 90%. So what? Maybe range. Have Spectra Siphon on. Go for using this pretty effectively. What's this one do? Shattered Lash Augment. When Gara breaks her mass vitrify ring with Shattered Lash, enemies struck by the glass suffer Splinter Storm at... How much does this go up to? This is 100? 100. That's actually kind of good, because you can infinitely scale Splinter Storm, right? Actually, that's probably really good. It's like, what? It's also a little bit of duration, a little bit of strength. I believe Steel Charge is what you use because it actually affects Shattered Lash. And then maybe just a little bit more strength and just range. So if that's the case, you do probably want more strength if you can, so Molt Augmented, and then like... Wait a minute, doesn't Splinter... Something about Splinter Storm and Melee sounds familiar, by the way. So I feel like maybe a melee damage amp wouldn't be too bad. You don't want like, I mean 30% damage. On primary weapon kill, 30% chance with that. How much is it? This percentage doesn't increase, it's just the damage? Yeah. Maybe. And then, yeah, so fucking... Since I'm going to be getting so much power strength, especially with Molt Augment, overextended seems good. Hey, Inya, how's it going? I just want to know, Inya, you've gotten me very, very close to, like, buying the Doctor Who decks. You're really getting me close to wanting to get them. Every time you talk about them. Because they're like one of the main decks that I want to get, not because I want to play like that style, it's that I just want to play Doctor Who decks. Hee fuck you. Hee eat my ass. I mean, this is probably what I need, right? I'm annoyed they tell us to use the node 14 or above, but it actually had to be 14? Oh, no. That's actually really annoying. I dislike when that sort of thing happens. I know that feeling. Also, they tell us, yeah, put the front end on. Not tell us where. They tell us they are giving us a ring to build and everything before. Oh, what? Okay, that seems shitty. Seems very shitty. DevOps, yeah. Oh, that's actually kind of upsetting to hear, yeah? That's really annoying. I know how unpleasant that sort of shit can be, because, yeah, I will say one thing, and you might not like hearing this, and I do apologize. You want to hear the really sad news about that now? It's not going to stop being like that. Welcome to IT. Where the person commissioning the stuff never knows what the fuck they actually want. And then they'll like be halfway through and ask you to change the entire document. The entire thing you've done. So you have to scrap like all those weeks worth of work. I hate it. I still to this day have fucking memories of that shit, man. Close my eyes and fucking see the person and I just want to throttle them. Alright, they could just be a bit more precise in what they tell us, and I'd have done it quickly and be looking for an internship for longer. Yeah. 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 You want me to stop saying yeah? Because I hate how what you said is exactly what it is. It's actually so fucking annoying. It is beyond one of the worst things is that experience. With ARM chips. Oh. Jesus. Where is... They intend for us to co-pilot with old versions of stuff, but those old versions have no ARM support. Yeah. It's always upsetting.
What's on your mind, dreamers?
Dude, I need so many of these fucking potatoes. Jesus. Become an Irish farmer again. There we go. And then I want... Where is it? Northwind? Oh, there we go. Ooh. Okay, that's actually very interesting. Yeah. Okay. And then... 3 forwards instead of random. Yeah, okay. And then I'm going to format this with that. Yeah. get this in now? 7. Okay. Alright. So they just fucked. I'm just like, bro, what moment didn't you intend / test your stuff for Apple users? Not like lots of people in the dev sphere use Apple. Yeah, like that's something that does piss me off, right? Is agree with that. Like a lot of people underestimate how common, like that shit is used. Like Apple is actually used for dev. Do not underestimate how often Apple is used for dev stuff. Also design. Very, very heavily used for design space because it's just the way the software works. It's really good for doing art and editing. So this is one of those things of like, do you need one of these things for this stuff? No. But if you have it, you're better off than you would be otherwise. Right? And if you're a company, that matters a lot. You always want this, the better options. Do I actually have the Incarnon for this, by the way? I feel like I do, but I haven't equipped it yet. And if I do, then I'll just go quickly do some Pathos clams. I still need to do so much Pathos clams farming.
Whoever trained you has nothing to reproach them. Okay, bring it to life.
Yep, I have one. I just need the Pathos clams. I need to go kill one worm then.
Okay, later.
Learned that doing VMs on Apple still sucks. Doing VMs in general suck ass, especially on Apple, yeah. Apple does not really have a nice infrastructure for doing VMs. I will definitely call it out on that. Well, no, let me correct. I've never experienced a good thing with VMs, especially on Apple. You have Windows running AMR, yeah. I can see that. Damn, that's gonna be a fucking hell of an annoying time. I am not envious in the slightest of your situation. Ah, yes, the testicles.
The sorrowful soprano. Sorrow is the bitter spice without which life is too sweet. Lucinia indulged in it to excess.
I am sorrow, and suffering is my lot. But today the burden is too much to bear. If my pain is avenged, perhaps it will be lifted a little. The king has many petty demons. You are stronger than he. Tear them to shreds.
Such interesting gameplay. Dual wielding crappy laptop. Honestly, this is why I hate things, right? It's like, I really need to just get a fucking laptop.
Perhaps Lucinia's
While I'm aiming to get a new PC, I really need a laptop. Because a laptop would open up so many options for me. Being able to dev work on the move sounds incredible.
But I am no rider. Perhaps you can bring them joy, even on this dark day.
Even though I'm pretty sure any laptop I would fucking get my hands on would hate me. There we go. Alright. Haven't had that much issues with the VMs itself for now. I want to get one of those screen tablets that I can plug into a USB-C port, dual screen on the go. That's, yeah. That does sound quite nice.
The craft is an agony. The paradox twisting the void, tearing me in two impossible directions. So get inside and put an end to it.
Get inside and put an end to it. Oh boy, defense missions. One of the community's favorite mission types. Kind of satisfying hitting people with a giant mace, though. Do not understand anything that Warframe is. I mean, it's a looter shooter. It's a horde-based looter shooter. It's actually just nothing more to it than that. Sure, there's a lot of little finicky mechanics, but eh. For the most part, pretty consistent. Like, that dude had shield and health, and then I removed it. This dude has a special shield and special health, and I remove it. Your character is moving in a very fishy way. Well, I mean, it's struggling a little bit because I'm moving while swinging. And sometimes Warframe doesn't like that. And then I also do like weird motions because I've played this game for so long that like the way I move looks really jank sometimes. Like I'll do little hops when I don't notice it. Playing golf. Yeah, no, it's actually a fascinating one, because, like, again, as someone that's played Warframe for so long, I do not see anything about this game as a complex or difficult thing to understand, and that is that kind of, like, that bias, right? Coming through. I would still argue the game's relatively simple and pretty understandable under most contexts. You can probably make out most of the stuff that's going on, but eh. Your weird hops and your character suddenly goes full horizontal. Yeah, that. They do that and then I can... You want me to really show you some fucking weird mechanics? So this is something that got introduced recently, is like slams got way better. I say recently, it's like a year old or something. So if you're actually careful, you can do... see if I can do it correctly. So this is the special ground slam that you can do when you're jumping. Do you see how much I was jumping? You need to be in the air for it, that is it. So, if I tap space, then immediately ground slam, I get the ground slam effect. As long as I'm looking down. If I'm not, then it will try and do a weird swing like this. It used to be worse. There's a way to like infinite chain the spin dashes for it. There's a lot of really finicky little mechanics like that if you get good at the game, you can do some fun things with it. Is it instance based or open world based? Bit of column A, bit of column B, certain missions, right? There's, for the most part though, it is instance based. Even its open worlds, you could argue, are just giant instances. But it does have like open world-ish things. Like right now, I'm basically doing a mission where I'm in an open world, I do a bunch of things, and then I can like hop in through portals to the Undercroft or the certain missions. Because all I'm doing is the missions, you can see them underneath the minimap, there's a thing there.
Lucinia wept for
Now I have to go to this, and if I do all of these, I summon a dragon, kill the dragon. Well, I don't kill the dragon, I make the dragon sniff me, realize I stink, and then it fucks off, and I get some clamps, and that's all I'm doing. And if you think I'm kidding, stick around for the animation, it's really funny. Because it is genuinely, you're just, dragon smell you, you stinky, fucks off.
Show no mercy. Whatever he guards, you may keep.
Yeah, real difficult fight. But yeah, so this is the open world environment that I was talking about, and you play as the drifter in this world instead.
disaster looming.
But now I'm going to the Undercroft, and I switch back to a Warframe.
Duviri pretends it never happened, but the Undercroft remembers. The tragedy, the Zahn. Whatever calm I can bring to that tormented place, please do so.
I mean, I could show you actually what I should be doing with this character. This is a really funny, so this is the Stalker. This is a special character you can only get in this environment. And he's got a very old build that used to be super broken. So if I cast this and then do this, I nuke everything. This is a build that got nerfed, very particularly, so they've made it available here on this character because it makes sense. And I can make it more silly. I can go invisible and do this. You wouldn't know how to install dependencies on a Symphony project? Not off the top of my head. I do apologize for that. Trying to think. It's like, it's not just general path or anything like that, right? It has to, I'm assuming it's specifically for the project. Be internalized, then it depends on how you, I don't think how you handle it. Yeah, no, I apologize. Don't know the answer off the top of my head. I'm fine out, all good. Yeah, no. Spaghetti went out, yeah, no, fair enough. But yeah, no, the, if you're wondering what the fuck I was explaining with that build though, so how it works is this cast here applies what's called Death Mark on them. Then I can do this and it causes me to guarantee do a finisher on the target that I teleport to. The reason why this is super strong is that when you've got Death Mark on you, When the target dies, it deals damage in an area around it equal to the damage that it took for lethal, and finishes deal pure damage and deal like max health thing. So it basically vaporizes everything nearby as long as it can deal health damage.
From the clutches of its rightful owner.
Shut the fuck up, Vor. The problem is certain characters can't just be like easy lethaled. But if you see, like, he's still got the mark of death effect on him. If I kill him here, still deals damage in an area. But yeah, the problem with mark of death when it was introduced, you could put it on any character and you could just put it on. The way it worked with the thing, you could make it modify the value so high that you would hit inverted numbers, and you would nuke the entire like map of it, which was not good. Then I have this ability which makes me invulnerable and then reflect damage, like that.
Return to the world above.
But yeah, nah, mark of death on release, that was fucking spicy times. You could overflow, yes. Warframe actually has overflow damage fairly commonly. It's not actually a very difficult thing to obtain. It's just like you have to be pretty particular with it most of the time. Just that time was super easy and you could do it in AoE, so that was the problem.
Bring those secrets to light again.
Wow, that was... Is that it? No. Yeah, that was it.
I dragged you into this spiral, and now I'm just doomed.
Now she gets turned into a dragon. So if we watch the... where is the nearest... a charm thing? Pillar? There we go. So if we run down here... A little rodent will give us a sphere thingy, there. Now we can jump into the sky over there. That's where the dragon's spawning.
It devours itself. It spawns many children. Lethargy, self-pity, self-doubt.
Oh, I do not want to approach from the front.
The worm of sorrow is ravening with despair.
And I'm gonna cheat a little bit.
All do weary more.
Yes, I can cheat.
I will not carry you.
Alright. Now this is what you do with the dragon. You turn into the dragon.
You have control. Cut the ties that bind.
So this is where I do not blame you for getting a little confused when it comes to Warframe. I do not blame that in the slightest.
Force the creature through the portal. Only in its lair will it be.
I thought you were laying the dragon. Dude, I'd fuck the dragon. Alright. Now we've taken the dragon back home. Now we fight the dragon again. Except we can cheese this fight very fast because we have one of the better weapons for this sort of bullshit. Boom, first phase done.
I shall provide you with reasons aplenty to mourn.
Warframe should sue Nintendo for Zelda. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god, that dude had a bow. How scary. Meanwhile, me with a fucking World War II LMG. Alright, now I need to... That was the next phase. Now I just need to kill its children.
I fear you will regret this rashness.
Meanwhile, it's currently nuking the shit out of me.
Find a way to stop its spawn.
I already killed his kids, Tisha. Shut the fuck up. There we go. And now, this is what I was talking about. So you don't kill the dragon. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. Nah, fuck that shit, you stinky.
Emotion
And there we go.
is no longer in turmoil.
That was a boss fight.
The true warrior has prevailed.
I feel
Incredible. So the true thing of how to train your dragon, don't be stinky. Now I can go put that fucking incarnate on my ceramic dagger. So it can become one of the best stat sticks in the game. I hate them. What, dragons? Dragging these nuts across your face? I'm done for tonight. Oh, the fucking... Yeah, no. That's fair. I understand what you're saying that too now.
Thank the void I don't have kids. Feeling creative?
Right, reaching 6-time combo, and then heavy attack to activate in cannon form. Is it spectral daggers? Increase base damage by 100% on primary kill plus 1 initial combo. Stacks up to 100 times, so I can get 100 initial combo. That is the idea behind this. Then plus 1 range, plus 20 initial combo. That's probably what we want. On first attack with primary, equip increase crit damage multiplier plus 2 times, increase base status chance by 30%, increase base critical chance by 30%. It's probably right hand, red right hand. So it's gun and blade. Probably adept reflexes and then probably a red right hand. That's what I would assume, because this is going to be like, again, we're not using this gun to be good. We're not using the sword, sorry, to be good. This is supposed to be a thing. Actually, no, it's probably not red right hand because it's probably not going to do what I want it to. It's probably going to be absolute valor, right? But yeah, it's gun and blade, adept reflexes, absolute valor. There we go. One day of exercises tells us the VM should have PHP 7 or above, so was happy. PHP 8, exercises we got, techniques day say we should reuse the VM, and these projects require PHP 7 Ah, I hate that. I hate that as well. Yeah, no, I hate that. Expected it after the node incident, yeah. Still really fucking annoying.
Here's where it gets interesting. Okay. Later.
Right, so now I need to use this fucking stupid ass ceramic dagger enough to level it up. And get its incarnate effects. Oh, fuck. Especially when I'm running it as a stat 6, kind of rough. Can I change? Does it have a skin I could use? That is a kind of shit dagger skin for it, to be honest. Sure. Attachments. Oh yeah, because you've got the Sagatras. I like never use these. I have so many, what the fuck? What's like the longest one we can find that just doesn't fit? That one? That one's pretty long as well. That's infested as well. Oh, look at that. That looks fucking horrendous. Oh, Jesus. I'm not installing PHP with the first thing I did on the video because it was easy. Not like I have the useful snapshot. Yeah. I like the look. I don't... For the most part, the problem with Sagatras, right, is you're never going to see them. They're a cosmetic that you put on because you want to feel like you have a cosmetic there. That is the issue with them. Oh, yes, this looks so stupid. Okay, let's random colors this a little bit. See if we can find something that looks horrendous. Oh yes, there we go, perfect. Then attachments, copy main colors. There we go. Ugly ass looking dagger. Nah, it's just, it's the problem with that stuff. I've talked about this on, like, to a lot of friends and stuff. The problem with a lot of Warframe cosmetics is that some of them are just there because you want to have a cosmetic there. And a lot of people mistake when they're doing, like, the stuff here, right? The customization here. Is they'll sit there and spend ages on something when it's actually just better to not have something. For example, I don't actually have a chest piece on this one. Right? Because this is what she looks like default, by the way. This is what I've done to her, is this coloring. And I've got some skins for characters, and I've done all sorts of weird stuff. I've gone pretty intense with doing that shit normally myself. The fact is that, like, as an example, like I said, in attachments, I don't have a Signa, which that's just because Signas didn't exist when I did this cosmetic. But I don't have a chest selected, and that's because, like, oh, okay, well, I mean, that one's not too bad. Oh, that's not great. Oh, that one's not too bad. And you'd just go through the entire list, and you'd get to this kind of point where it's like you're trying to fight to say, oh, is this one slightly better? Is this one... This is good enough. This is nice. I like this. It's nice, simple, slimmed down. Nice linear sort of design for it. Adding anything to that space is dangerous because of that. And it's not that I'm spoiled for choice. Like, all of these here are ones I own. It's only here do we hit ones I don't own. These are the only ones I don't own that will show up here. So there is a level of trying to figure that sort of stuff out, right? Because, like, I could add this. This fits with the shoulder pads, but, like, this looks also really stupid with this coloring. I could add that. It looks really dumb. Could add that one. Looks good in certain circumstances. Not here. Could add this, but does this even actually add anything? Not really, no. Could add this. This doesn't look too bad. It creates an interesting, cool bulk scenario, so it feels much more like armor. But, versus this, just looks nice. Simple. Keep it simple, stupid. However, then there are some times where I go a little bit wild with my designs. Have a bit of fun. As example with Vauban. This is what Vauban looks like. I put a lot of work into this, by the way. I like, yeah. It's great. What's even better is it's using the Urelli agile animation, which if I come out of this, you'll probably see one of the animations play. I might need to come out of this menu and then back in. Just to make this work a bit better. But you see, Urelli is the, like, super anime kawaii, Japanese style. So you get cute animations like that. So I put, like, the anime weeby shit for this. So I just made, like, literally the definition of... That there is the entire point of this. And then my greatest creation, my Korra. This is Korra. So, fun thing, I don't actually really like Korra's abilities or her kit that much. I was actually quite disappointed because I was like super excited because it's a frame that has a cat. It's one of her abilities and like it's kind of part of her kit. So, the problem I had was when I was trying to do cosmetics for her, I just couldn't find something that I liked. And I'd already gotten the skin because the skin gives the cat a really good skin. So, I decided to take my approach that I do with a lot of things. Which is, how do I make this look the worst it possibly can? The more I look, the more I kind of get what it's going for. My retinas are burned already. So, the thing is, there is not a single thing that's consistent with this skin. The knees are different. They're at different heights as well. The arms are different, and like this is not even the Ciandana here, this pink here. This is actually just part of the shoulder piece. She's got a sigil on her. It is... No, is it a sigil? Yeah, this one. Bloodshed. So this is literally just goops of color all over her, and if you color it yellow, it makes her covered in piss. Yeah, no, genuinely, this is like how much I just... So this is what I did. This is as war crimey as I get. Because again, this is me genuinely trying here, and I hate this. This does not look good. Because you have to keep in mind the different modes as well. Like, this just doesn't look good. And that's because this is what she looks like base. She just doesn't look that interesting. And then, I don't have the prime yet, yeah. That's a bug. That's her whip, and it's something else sticking out like a sword. Alright. I do love the neon blue. Like, again, do I think this looks horrendously bad? No, I don't think this looks horrendously bad. It's just, it says a lot when I spent hours and this was the best I got. versus like this. And this is me spending about 30 minutes on this. Also, why has this got the whip still? There we go. This was me spending like 30 minutes on this design. 20, 30 minutes. Or this one, which is me copying an old thing that I had, but slightly different. And this was these two are both on the same frame right now. I think this is their default, what they look like. Or, like, when Dante came out, I did this to him, and I haven't changed him since. This is what I went with his for appearance. Versus, this is what he looks like by default. I fucking love this. For now, I'm gonna go, so things to attend. All good, yeah. I'll catch you later. Hopefully you don't have too many issues with your VMs moving forward. I say that, I know that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Feel free to vent to me when you need to. I understand it can be a bitch. Not gonna lie, today I'm actually was thinking of having a slow early stream because I stayed up kind of late last night. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit because it's funny. So I stayed up late last night and I watched Naked Gun because I needed to have a pick me up, and that ended up going quite late. And now I'm like really tired. And I knew going into Warframe tired was a bad idea because Warframe's a game that I can easily get very drowsy playing. So now I'm in this like really shit situation where I'm like kind of tempted to just call it early. I'll get some more stuff done, but pain. Right. I don't really want to do the same thing again. Oh, but what else is there to do? I mean, there's like... The problem as well is that the only things I've really got to do are just like such boring farms. And this is always the issue with Warframe. Is that like, I don't really have that amazing of things to do right now. What's a fun build I could play to do the citrine farm? Funny nuke room. Static. Kinda haven't played static in a little while. Should probably bring the ceramic dagger with you so I can just level it up a little bit. So, this farm is kind of not all that amazing or interesting, but it's one that I have to do. Because I still don't have citrine. So this is Tayana Pass. This is basically, it's like a defense mission, but like slightly better. And you have to go between two different points.
Tenno, the Corpus and Grenier seek to destroy two crystal formations so intertwined with void energy that a tunnel forever links them. Protect them at all costs.
Old War. Warframe made crystal caskets. Caskets for who? Belric and Rania. Mighty good genes they have, yes. Genes for the two men. Smash the crystals. Take the genes. Do the science. My two men get stronger.
Alright, now I should be able to auto kill the map. As long as I kind of run near enemies.
Amass Citrine's lost remnants to manifest her protective power.
Yeah, this is just such a, again, defense missions suffer from the issue of like, well, what do you really do to make this interesting? I have to protect a target that's sitting still while enemies shoot at it. At least with this one, I have other things I can run around and do. So again, this is an improvement on defense missions, but an improvement on defense missions are still defense missions, right? It's like dressing a turd in a bow. It's like, it's still a turd. It's just pretty a turd. Especially with, like, again, this is that issue of, like, when you get this strong in something like Warframe, this sort of stuff just kind of becomes, oh, okay. I mean, sure. But don't get me wrong, this part's kind of cool. But you know what this part is? It's literally transitioning between one location and another. So that's it. Well done. I'm now in the next area. And now it's just another defense, but with a slightly different colored crystal.
Do you know the story?
Incredible.
Lovers whose guardian Warframe tried to save them by encasing
Who the fuck's invading me?
and the connection forged between them that you are protecting.
Who did I piss off this time? Oh, it's Suda? Oh, fuck off, Suda. Dude, I helped you out with Octavia. Can't you give me a fucking break? Alright, Suda's been cleared out. If you're wondering where the fuck Suda was, yeah, it's a good point. Like, that's genuinely how kind of these missions tend to go when you get this going.
Of Citrine's remnants will create a prismatic ward to these crystals.
There we go. Got the crystals. Man, these enemies mainly dying before I even fire a bullet. It's kind of sad. Shooting them into their corpses. Oh, so how's everyone's day been going so far? I don't think there's much really interesting stuff to talk about. It's not really been any big major news in the last like 24 hours. Nothing that I've seen that like caught my eye.
One more trip through the tunnel of love, Tenno.
Trying to think. Oh, I did hear about something that I might implement. It's gonna be interesting. Got so stressed I almost threw up in the bathroom at work today.
The clever,
You're right, Devil. You want to talk about that?
forever.
That's definitely on the concerning side. Hope you're actually like all right now, because that I have been in that sort of situation. It's extremely unpleasant. But god damn. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, to be fair, I think I talked about this like really briefly earlier, but like I did find out this morning that my friend had gotten like a pretty bad concussion, and I'm like now kind of got that in the back of my head as well. Everyone's fucking getting smacked up silly at the moment. This is the time of year after all, right? As they say. God damn. Make sure to take care of yourself, though. And also, I hope you brush your teeth, because I know how unpleasant that can be. Down after getting home, but watching stream and chatting relax. I'm glad, because, yeah, no, ironically enough, and this might say again a little bit of dating moment, like dating myself with things. Didn't really have that option when I was younger. I just fucking had mental breakdowns at work. Because why not? Just work through it. Never good. Never good. Didn't have like the opportunity to just watch a stream or watch some YouTube. Really. For work. I'd get home, I'd log on to a game, and my brain would just AFK. That's why Warframe was so good for a long time, and why WoW was also on that list.
When extreme emotions meet pure void energy, they can change reality, bend and break the laws of nature.
Yeah, fuck no.
Between these crystals?
Ugh. Everyone's having it rough nowadays, I think. Not in a good way. What's something positive to talk about then, eh? I mean, we clowned on fucking Elon Musk yesterday enough, but the fact that, like, the internet's continued clowning on him is good. I'm hoping that, like, this is... Look, this is one of those things of... so, again, reiterating kind of what was talked about yesterday and just the clowning on Elon Musk at the moment. Elon's come out and said, like, I'm gonna make games great again. I'm gonna make an AI game studio. Because and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, literally, this is one of those, like, I'm a gamer. I don't know how game development works. I'm gonna do something like an AI in this case, and it's clearly going to be the right thing for gaming. It's like, no, it's a big corporation now doing a stint to make games just like everyone else, right? Thank God or whatever for fun people on the internet to make our days brighter. Yeah. Thanks Elon for being a complete fucking moron is basically the short of it. I cannot fathom how, like, the decisions he's chosen to make to get to this idea that this is correct as well is what just gets to me the most. So he thinks this is a good idea, like, genuinely. That's the thing that just boggles my mind. Like, how can you, like, seriously think this is what the game industry needs, not, like, more stuff to actually entice people to be creative and all that? Just stop looking at AAA, look at indie. That's genuinely the case, right? The way his brain constructs ideas. Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea, right? It's like, we're all just sitting here like, bro, what? At what point does this start making sense, please? Explain. To be fair, neither can his stakeholders, and nor can, like, the people that fund his company, because they also sit there confused as hell sometimes. And they end up fucking losing money a lot of the time because he makes a really stupid fucking decision.
Having a week of nap, Krill. Roads in
Like, ironically enough, this is where I'm actually going to compare someone like Musk to someone like Bezos, right? Bezos doesn't actually seem to get really involved with Amazon anymore. And that's to his betterment. He literally has hired people to do shit for him. He makes an obscene amount of money as it is. He's pretty set and content for life. And that's actually best case scenario for someone, right? Like, could he take in a little bit more of the reins and make Amazon a little bit of a better studio, probably treat its staff better? Sure, but like, ain't his problem. I'm not going to say that's good. I'm definitely going to call out that, like, that's pretty scummy. But at the end of the day, it's actually a lot better for a lot of these companies when the person that got this shit started doesn't get involved anymore. Because, surprisingly enough, having an idea, executing an idea, different skills than running a company long term. Very different skills. But if Elon wants to continue being a man-child with more money than sense, then sure. Yes, no, exactly, Devil. Like, that's the thing, right, is that Elon tries to make himself out like a self-made man. It's like, no, you got money from your parents that ran, I believe it was a diamond mine or some shit. Whatever the fuck it was again, and just, like, became wealthy. Dude, if I could get that kind of inheritance, you think I would be any different? No, the smartest thing I would do is I'd invest it in a lot of locations, ensure that I have a passive income to maintain and keep myself safe and those around me. And then I would start doing creative endeavors external to that and try and enable other external creative endeavors for other people. So I'm not kidding. One of the things I'd love to do is stuff like, whatchamacallits? Like game jams. I'd love to set up game jams. I think that'd be a really cool opportunity. Run and host game jams, but that shit takes time, resources, and in some cases money. Can't really do that right now. Yeah, nah, Elon's a twat at the end of the day.
These
Very silly man,
almost ages ago. Now they are being
which
exploited.
makes a lot of sense why he probably
Belric and Rania
likes Donald
deserve
Trump.
better than that.
Very pea in the pods kind of thing, right? But let's avoid getting political. Politics gets even more stressful and annoying, and we get depressed at politics. And no matter what, when politics gets discussed, somebody loses. Even those that win lose, because it's just that unpleasant of an experience. What a fun world to live in sometimes, eh? Video games! Not for longer talks. Yeah, no, definitely. I like... It's just the game studio thing's the main thing to talk on it, right? It's just like... I can't imagine... this is gonna go well for him or anyone, because again, with the sheer negativity from at the moment around AI, I can't imagine it being a good idea. Right. That's the impressive thing. Is there any interesting game things coming out at the moment? I'm trying to think. I mean, I've been playing more of the card game shop simulator thing. Really enjoying that. I'm now like I've just hit level 30 this morning on day 61. I've now tried a bunch of different things. I've sold different items. I've tried different ways of selling things, and I've kind of come to a conclusion that the best way to make money is to just like find whatever the most expensive large-scale packs you can buy is, stock like several shelves of that, and then just have a bunch of room for what's it called again? Tables, so people can play. That's the like pretty much simple optimal way I've found, because I'm making an obscene amount of money and I'm just kind of sitting there doing nothing. Translates to cat burner. Jesus Christ, what? That can't be a good campaign name. That can't be a good fucking name to work with, no. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Pitter, pitter, pitter. Rodent snatched crystals from sick Deimos. Stashed one on Venus. Stashed one on Mars.
That's like one of those moments where it's like, wow, you were really born with a villain's face, huh? Imagine having a fucking name like that. Jeez. That's just actually kind of unfortunate, huh? But people remember his name. True. That is true. It is good advertisement for that. And sadly enough, brand recognition is more important than good brand recognition. Or good image, I guess. If you talk about a company a lot, it's going to do better for them than not talking about them at all. Right? Even if it's negative. Most of the time. Unless the negative thing is pretty bad, and there are circumstances where that is the case. And I'd like to think that for the most part we're pretty good at calling that shit out. Oh, you know one thing I still want to do? And I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. So, I've talked a fair bit on Warframe and like how certain things I would consider would be quality of life things that I think would genuinely improve the game quite a bit. I kind of want to write a big old doc together about this and post it somewhere for DE, just so like it's not just loose ideas sitting somewhere and there's a place where maybe they can actually see it and use it. I just don't know the best way to do that, right? Because like I feel like if I did a constructed video about it, it's like how am I going to guarantee that that would be able to reach them? Do I go post it on the Reddit? It's like, yeah, but I don't really want to post a fucking manifesto shit again on like, or not again, but like post that sort of shit on a forum. It's not everyone's really up for that shit. And I don't always really like reading people's things on those. So if I don't like reading it, then why should I write something the same? I mean, it's the same as seeing people's like, hey, this is my plans for pulls on this coming update in Star Rail, and it's all just skips. It's like, okay, cool. Bye, I guess. If you're wondering, if you do that shit on like the app, I actually actively block people that do that. You are not gonna have a opinion that's worth my fucking time if you're gonna just tell people you're skipping for all these characters. And honestly, people that tell you that they're not skipping for characters, honestly, I don't really give a shit about your pull plans. If you're telling me I'm super excited for this character that's coming up, cool, but if you're gonna like put a fucking chart of, hey, I'm pulling for this character, I'm not pulling for this character, cool. No one cares. If you do that, I want it said very plainly, if you do that, you are no better than those people that post about their fucking breakfast. Take a photo of their breakfast and post it. That they had at a restaurant. And it's like, oh my god, this is so yummy. And then complain when you don't get it for free because you're an influencer. You are no better than those people. Really calling some people out today. Okay, I'm fucking leaving. Because that thing was about to die.
Last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
I see manifesto and all of that, and I'm concerned. What have you written, Devil? Making it in written would make more info concentrated, while I think a video would make the stuff more fun. Wait. Yeah, how did you... Did you translate what you... Did you write something down, translate it, and then forgot to grab the right one initially and posted the Polish version? Is that what you did? Oh, that's really funny. I'm not being mean to you with this. It's just I understand that. I've been there. I have been there. When you copy and paste and send something in the group chat, and it's like, wait a minute, this is what I thought it was. But yeah, no, I do agree. Like, if I made it as a video, I definitely could like add a bit of humor to it, and I could make it a little bit more personalized and more interesting and more engaging. Which in an argumentative sense is probably a good idea? I don't know. Make a video and just call it a love letter to Warframe. Wouldn't make it without spelling mistakes, and yeah. No, I understand. I understand. All good, man. All good, all good. I just found that. It's just really entertaining. Like I said, we've all done it. We've all done it. Anyone that says they haven't done it, they've done it. And they're lying to you. We've all fucked up. Look, just take one thing as pride. At least you haven't posted, like, accidental porn in the chat, right? And yes, I'm pulling out a really weird thing with that, because I'm actually referencing something I saw and it was really funny. So I watch Salt Raiders, and I watch Kai a lot, right? And there was a moment, and I remember this moment very well, is that one of his, so how he has things is like, if someone says, hey, you should try this game, his mods typically will like go grab a link of the game and post the link so he can look at it in the chat. So one of them went to do that, but clearly they didn't actually copy it, and they pasted the last thing that they had on their clipboard, which was a Twitter post about some furry material. And oh god, it was so funny to watch. Because you can see, like, the content creator, you can see Kai, if he clicks on the link, he's like, I don't think you posted the right link. And you can see the bot and chat going, no, no, no. Wait. Realizing what they just posted, and it's like, oh. And I want to say, I wish I could find it, because it might be a little, no, actually it won't be rough to find, because I can go to his channel and literally just search in, Kaif mod posted. If I type in Kaif mod posted, here we go. At least the link I sent today was the right one. True. Oh, we're still being on desktop, by the way. I just realized that. Jesus. I'm an idiot. Happens. Alright, so we only need to watch the beginning of this. We're not going to watch the full thing. But this is like what I was just talking about.
I get a lot of game suggestions when I'm streaming, and what normally happens is one of my mods will get the link, and they will wait till I can read chat to send it to me. However, today was a little bit different. It's the Hauntings, what am I looking at? What's this tweet? Nino, what is that? Nino, what have you posted? Oh my god, you're never gonna live that down, Nino. You are never gonna leave that. Oh, you're never gonna live that down. It's okay. It's okay. We all got our kinks, and we. Hey, Nino, stop looking at porn while you're moderating. Jesus Christ. I guess this is why workplaces have filters on their PCs.
You're all so quiet.
Hey, you guys want to hear a funny story? Do I do it, chat? Chat, do I do it? Do I do it? All right. So, somebody was telling me about a game, and my mod went to post the game for me. But instead, they posted the porn they were looking at.
No way. There's no way.
It's true.
That's exactly
Oh, I've been laughing at it for a few solid minutes now.
Oh my god. Has Nino been watching the day?
How'd you know it was Nino?
Actually.
Yeah.
Wow, you got problems with
I fucking got him.
So there we go. That's the main thing of it. I genuinely, that is one of the funniest fucking things ever. Alright, now we're actually on the gaming thing. There we go. So you can see the full screen properly. So there you go. That is why I was making that joke there. I love that. I love that so much. How do you fuck that up? There's always that one guy. Yeah. That's just really funny though. You cannot live that sort of thing down. And yeah, no, he never has, right? Like I will always remember Nino as the mod that posted porn. Right? It's specifically furry related, right? And you just can't. You can't not remember that, man. But every once in a while, something happens. Every once in a while. We always fuck up. We've all fucked up a copy and paste. Just some are more egregious than others. Man, I'm just like, there's just no way you can live that shit down, eh? Fuck, imagine. Chilling with the boys, hey, check this game out. Posts porn. So that's what you're into, huh? That's the best part, right? Is that like, that's one of those ones where it's like, it's not even like generic, it's like slightly niche. So therefore it's like, oh, well, so we know a lot more about you than we did 5 minutes ago, huh? It's like me posting like catgirl shit. Like, I swear to God. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. What do you mean? Dude, I swear to God, right? Like, that was the one thing I want come out. I want me Elon Musk to actually deliver on is when are we getting genetically altered catgirls? Doing an art stream, I usually never watches stuff and when I opened the stream, he was making a rainbow colored stuff. Oh, well then. I see, that's always the difficulty with art streams, is it is genuinely a potluck of what you're gonna get out of that shit. And like, that's not any flack on the artists, creators and stuff like that. Keep doing what you're doing, people love you. But like, there is definitely a hesitation on clicking on a stream where it's just like, You said, what the hell are you doing here? And ended the stream. No! Oh, no. Oh, that's actually kind of both funny and tragic at the same time. See, I own everything I do on these streams, right? I actually do filter myself on these streams. There is some things I do filter. And I make an active effort that, like, if certain people don't want their real names said, I don't say their real names. In fact, most of the time I will refer to people as titles or as nicknames. Noxie's a great example. I know Noxie. I went to high school with Noxie. And they turn up from time to time in the Twitch chat, right? We know each other. Again, we know that. Like, I know that friend group well. I've gone drinking with them now. Like, that was who I went to the barbecue for. Let's catch up with that lot. And then the main reason I want to move back to my hometown. But we don't really use real names. Even they don't use my real name while I'm streaming, even though my real name's not exactly kept as a absolute secret. I don't make an active effort to, like, broadcast it, but I'm not gonna make an effort to hide it, right? I just don't really see a benefit of it. It's about as many syllables. It's probably easier to type my actual, like, handle name, and yeah, right? Like, I definitely would say it's easier to type Malith than my actual name, so. And I'm more likely to respond to Malith, realistically. I just find that really funny. Just, what the fuck are you doing here? Can you close the stream? I could. No, kidding. We're not ending stream yet. Also, now the transition thing's fucked. There we go. Dude, imagine. Fucking imagine. Hell, one of my best mates is a mod on my YouTube channel. Right? Like, and I know he pops in from time to time and looks in. See how I'm going. Should actually flick him a message. I heard he was gonna come this way at some point in the near future. So, might bug him when that happens. I haven't talked to him in a good little while, and that's partly my own fault, right? Exceltra Prime stock. Maybe let's have a little look for that, right? So how's it spelled again? Let's just write in Prime stock, and that'll narrow it down a bit. And it's probably on the less amount, right? Wonder where you are, little. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the fucking word again so I can actually see what it's spelling. For some reason, so ACCEL. That'll get me up. ACCEL. There we go. Okay. So I've got 5 of those I could burn. And I got 1 of those I could burn. So it's only Axie though? Yeah. A19, A18. Is there a good Omnia or Axie fissure? There's a survival. It's an alchemy. There's a conjunction survival. Could do the alchemy. Really burn some fucking relics. If I was to do that, I actually might keep playing Gaia just because it's going to make it easy. Because she auto-kills everything for me. Or I could play the nuke build. The funny nuke build. I wish I had, like, a little bit more interesting things to play at the moment. I just don't really feel like I've got any characters that I'm, like, happy with. Because, like, Zaku, I want to get his prime before I really commit more to him. Because I've already committed quite a bit. And there is a build that I want to do for him that sounds really funny. Which is very much around his, like, stealing guns ability. Grendel has a Grendel Prime, and I kind of want to get that. You are way too intense about casting for me to be happy. I could play Frost. Where's Frost? Netflix and chill. There he is. And then I can run the ceramic dagger some more. Actually try and level it up. Don't know if I want to go do the thing though, so I might just do the Axie. So I said it's A18 and A19, the ones that we're wanting to burn. I'm probably not actually going to refine. I'll refine the first one, but I won't refine more from there. So A18, A19. Just gotta remember those. We'll do those ones and then we just might burn some more. See how we were at. How we're feeling with the run. We're bored as fuck out of our minds, which is likely.
Your job is to distract the enemy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for much needed supplies. Make your presence known.
Give me that energy.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
Oh wow, yeah, no, the enemy densities are already feeling kind of painful, huh? I forget, like, this is the problem with playing, like, super extreme high-level stuff constantly, is that you come back to, like, normal level shit, and you're like, wow. Why does everyone feel so fucking slow? And you're like, no, they're not slow, you're just way too fucking strong for your own good. Oh, fuck. Oh. I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, what's the, like, most embarrassing thing I've done on stream? Like, ironically enough, this is why I say, like, I actually do put in an effort to curate myself and, like, filter things. Because I can't think of something that I actually sit there and, like, am embarrassed about, truly. Like, I might say I'm embarrassed, but I'm not.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Yeah. What would it take for me to be embarrassed on the stream? Call that a challenge. Try and figure out a good way. Cause like I'll fucking do just about anything on stream that's not like jeopardizing myself or other people. Like if it's an action that would actually put harm to a person or jeopardize my livelihood, or jeopardize the streams in any way, or another person, don't see an issue with it. So clearly what I'm hearing is I need to just start selling feet pics on, whatever one of those social medias are, right? Because I don't have any shame. You'll get to see my hairy hobbit feet if you pay like $5. OnlyFans, that's what it's called. The name eluded me for a moment. How would you even set that shit up, man? Why am I thinking about this? God damn, I'm really desperate for money, aren't I? Get real sellout energy. To be fair, I've said this already, I am at the point in my brain where I'm probably willing to do commissions now, and that's not a good sign. Because I can only see that go really badly for me. That's not what we want! I should actually like set up my fucking, because I have a, was it a Ko-fi or whatever the fuck, Ko-fi? Should probably actually set that up for commission enabling and like have some art on there. Alright. So I can actually start doing like proper official commission stuff and not fucking what I do currently. It's like people that know me can request things. Commission, yeah. I don't think I'm that good of an artist, but I keep getting told I am, and I hate doing art, so, you know, just... well, I might as well just do it for money. Best way to do it, right? Good Lord, my fucking voice just did not want to work there, huh? If I was still making super projects and RPG Maker, I'd most likely commission stuff. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is like I would probably be mostly that sort of kind of commission work, right? So I might make some like predetermined assets that you could pay like $2 for and get a bunch of like characters and shit. What do we think? Maybe we should make a stream of it. Say, hey, I'm gonna make a commission thing. Here's like a sampler project. What do we want to put in a sampler project? Because, yeah, like, based on what I do have done and stuff like that, what would you guys want made available to you easily, but, like, for maybe $1? And I'm being very serious when I say, like, $1, $2 for a lot of these things, because I would probably spend, like, a week on the work, but I'd sell it for $1. And it's not me undervaluing it myself, it's me realizing, like, how many times I've gone, like, dude, this is just $1, I will grab this. Thank you to this person that did it. Ooh. You know what I'm tempted for? So, I haven't talked too much about this because I try and refrain from talking money things on stream as much as I can outside of like very basic generalized stuff. Because I just feel it's kind of a thing that's kind of, everyone has uncomfortable discussions around money. But I do want to say, now that I've come back from my trip, I'm no longer saving for my trip, right? So most of my money is going towards like just the urgent things and general living now. So I actually have a little bit more money kind of thing going for me. Simple character sprite one. Yeah, like we could actually probably set up a lot of my templates and have those available, right? Yeah. I don't know how valuable artist work is. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? It's like, I just don't, I don't know. I'm not trying to devalue other people. I'm just kind of like pointing out that like, I definitely find it really appreciated when someone just like, if they whipped something together, and took them sure a bit of time, but like, if they're going, hey, look, here's some stuff to just get you started, that's awesome. Especially if like, no, okay, to all of those, like, people on itch.io and stuff that, you have 2 versions of your packs. One's like, hey, here's one character and a bunch of items. Here's the same thing and then paid for one, but, like, 5 times more stuff. So 5 more, like, 3 more characters or whatever and a bunch more shit. Go you. You're awesome. Because that means I can, like, test some stuff with that and I'm like, you know what? This art style's banger. I'm going to get the rest. Do that. That shit great. Keep doing that. You're awesome. That's the sort of thing I'd probably want to do, right? But no, so, going back to it, I've got a little bit more money going for me. So I decided to be naughty and grab something that I've been wanting to grab for like 2 years now. And now we can do funny things with it. And I could possibly do more things. You wanna know what that is? The pro version of, VTuber Studio on the phone. So now we don't have time restriction. So I can actually do more stuff with VTuber related things now. So I was just thinking, like, maybe I should actually go, like, put in the effort to learn the art needed for that and the rigging. Because I could probably do templates pretty easily for that. If I do that, do you guys want me to do it? Do you, like, especially with you, Devil, do you want to see that done on stream? Because I'm actually more than down to, like, do a bunch of the research, do a lot of the work off stream, and then, like, show how I do things on stream. If I get competent enough that I think would be worthwhile. Because I'm always down for tutorialization and stuff. I can always charge my work for less than I believe the value is. It's not that I even like value the price at a specific point. It's that like I see it from the person buying its perspective, right? Is like, I know what I buy and I know what entices me to buy things, and it's not that I'm going, oh, you need to have a low price. It's me realistically going, you know what, I haven't had the money to do this. And shit's like that sometimes. It really helps enable people, especially developers, doing things fast if you do that. Like, hell, the keycap things that I've got right now in game aren't mine, are free, and are set as a I don't need to reference license. And I probably still will reference them, right? Like, I'll still probably have their reference in the credits if we end up using it. But for at least now, I needed something to fill that gap. I was on live, I was 30 seconds behind live. Oh shit, yeah, no, I know that feeling. Oh, actually, that's another good question. So, fun thing. With YouTube streaming, there is 3 settings for kind of latency, right? Now, I run on the middle setting, which is low latency, because there's ultra low latency. However, ultra low latency has it so I don't believe we can get 1080p. I can double check this, but I believe it caps your quality, so you can't get like super good quality. Would we prefer the current qualities that we have available to us, or do we want to try and lower that latency moving forward? Because it's a setting I have to set at the beginning of the stream. Keep that in mind. There's a reason why I run the one I do, is because I prefer quality over latency issues. I think most people actually care about that more than they think. I have no problem with latency. Yeah, that's what I think on it as well, right? Like, if I had a worse experience, but like, I had low, like, that's under the assumption that, again, like, the content's aimed for engagement less than just content. And that's kind of my point that I've made in the past, is that, like, I kind of intend to be second modded content. It's awesome to be able to chat with y'all that do chat and all that, and I appreciate you to the end of the days, but like, if my stream was 90% lurkers, and like only 3 people were talking and then the rest are all just sitting there chilling in the background, enjoying the content, I'm more than happy with that, because that's how I fucking watch shit. So yeah, shout out to lurkers, you're the best. With small groups of people, we don't need instant reply. Yeah, like, that's that thing, right? Is it's already... Dude, I love how conversations online are just turn-based strategy. Let's be honest. It's a turn-based game. But like, circumstances like this, it's a nice simple conversation. It gives me time as well to just like discuss the topic further or go into a little bit more depth of a specific thing. And then it gives y'all fucking time to like develop your responses. Because I know that sometimes that shit's not easy. Sometimes you need a complex answer. Especially with some of the discussions we have, I will openly admit we do go quite difficult with and heavy with some of the things we talk about. Because they are, I like topics that get your brain thinking and moving. And jiving, as they say. Right? People arguing in YouTube comments as turn-based combat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know one thing that was good? Maxwell's video. You've seen that? I liked watching that yesterday. That was a nice time. I'm still sad that it takes so long for him to make those, but like, it's fucking amazing every time. In chat, we can have a free-for-all and deal 3 attacks with the enemy can respond. True. It's like Persona turn-based combat, where you can like randomly get extra actions in. It's like your speed stats higher. And sometimes you deal the right elemental damage so they get slowed. It's great. But yeah, no, Maxwell's video is great. Always good to see his amazing, amazing talents. Cool guy. Like that Bale fight editing's fucking insane though.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Dude, I do so much fuck damage. To be fair, I would be melting steel path enemies and they're like several times more tanky than these, so, you know, it's not too surprising that I'm vaporizing these dudes. Not even having to use like the specific special combo I have for actually vaporizing everything with the abilities. You can just shoot the enemies. Channel like a month ago. Oh, nice. Wait, how do you forget that though? Random moment of clarity. That's fair. I mean, that's one thing I really do dislike about myself with this channel is I want to post more stuff. I want to do shorts again. I really do think that like the stream highlight shorts were really fun. I just don't like doing the editing. Right? I cannot stress enough how much, like, editing... I can do it in small bursts, then eventually I just get really drained. I make one joke. I mean, that's what YouTube shorts are. 1 minute video of that. You can check it out. I will have a look, yeah. I can't, obviously not right now, but I'll have a look, how to stream. Admittedly, if I remember. I apologize if I don't. My memory has definitely deteriorated in recent time. Y'all know that feeling where you fucking, you know things and you remember most things, but you just like can't get that last bit. It's annoying because so I was looking at like some of my old stats for like what I'm good at, what I'm not good at, right? So just a little fun thing. I've done several like tests and exercises to test out like what's the best parts of my brain, to figure out like what can I do better on than the average, what do I do worse than the average. The main things are I do memory really well. I'm really good at writing to shorten long-term memory. And that's why I get really annoyed when I just don't remember something, because it's like, this is the thing I'm good at. Oh no. The fuck's wrong with me? speed has always been like my touch and go one, where like depending on the thing, I struggle. Like reaction wise, I can teach my reactions to be fast and capable, but like, and hand-eye coordination's really solid. The problem is like taking information in and rapidly extrapolating what I might need to do is something that like am situationally good at and progressively getting worse at. Which is very upsetting. Dude, this fucking build, man, just feels so nice to play. It's nice, it's simple, and it's very, very strong. What it is. Especially knowing that it does have like a really I need to remember to use my fucking melee. So, is that me throwing daggers? Ah. It's 5 minutes till midnight, good lord. Yeah, no, go enjoy rest. I'm like I said, I'm probably gonna have today is gonna be probably an earlier one for me overall on finishing up because I'm just still very exhausted and I do have a couple of things I want to make sure I get done before the day gets too late. Dude, how long does the fucking melee and cannon last? Like, this feels like it's lasting a very, very long time. Is it a duration, or is it, like a condition thing that it has until a thing is done? Flashing red. I'm assuming it's actually a duration. And I can just instant involve it as well, by the way, because it requires being at a specific threshold, and we're just at that threshold naturally with initial combo. Also, more Hildren Prime chassis, I swear to fucking God. Okay, so it's A19 I need, and I can only run one of these. I'm gonna upgrade the relic. And then we'll just burn some general relics then after that. Like, keeping in mind this weapon's designed to be a stat stick, so it's actually not very good. It's feeling decent. All things considered. Wait, is that it there? I think the buff, so there's a buff on the bar, it's kind of hard to see, but it's about at 110 seconds right now. I think that's the buff for it. We'll see. Yeah, no, this build, man.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I like this build. I want to use this build more. It just feels really multi-purposed. Like, it's decent for survival. It's gonna be really good for defensive missions. It's just, I don't know how good it's going to be in a cooperative environment, and that's the concern, because I do tend to play with, like, cooperative things. It's either in playing solo or in playing with my mates, so it's always a difficult one. I feel like it would be fine in a team. Okay, so that buff looks like it's run out. Yep. And I activate this, and yep, no, it is the buff for that. Cool. So it's like a so that'd be 3-minute buff-ish? 180. Yeah. Okay, good to keep in mind. Being like permanently at 6 times combo is really good though. Holy shit. Can I just mention that? Especially if this is going to be a stat stick and permanent like 6 times combo base. Means I can be in incarnate mode pretty much permanently, and that's increased raw stats, which for a stat stick weapon is going to be good. It just means I have to toggle to my melee every 3 minutes and remember to activate it. Oh no. The horror. Because what is it at? Yeah, so it's 100 base right now, which is the sword and shield. Was it the sword and gun and sword or whatever build it is? like that incarnate effect, where it gets plus 100. Or kills with your primary weapon. So it does have that as a technical weakness, is that I do have to be running a primary weapon. Whoops. I do have to be running a primary weapon, and I need to be like pretty consistently be able to use the primary weapon at least for 100 kills. Which is a while. Of course I don't hit. Why would I ever hit? That's pain. That's pain. Just pop with some of the other things. Gonna have to get my fucking shite back up again. Doesn't help that like we still hadn't farmed like Aya today. We've just been farming like stuff to make farming Aya easier, which is kind of funny. This is, to be fair, this is kind of the best way to play Warframe in some regards when you get to this point, is just find things you can kind of do, and then just do stuff in adjacent as much as you can. Because otherwise you are just going to get bored out of your fucking mind. You're going to lose so much interest. And yes, I am literally doing this run now at this point just to like get the Incarnate done. Have it constantly just reactivate it when I need to, and we'll go from there. Get the next upgrade and move on from there so we can get the conditions done. Alright. But yeah, like the fucking Tenant Glaxians felt really nice. The Frosters felt really good. I'm actually really happy that I tossed this all together at one point. This is why I do need to farm the rest of the Sisters of Parvos weapons at some point, because to be fair, I've gotten most of the best ones. I think the only one that I really care about is the Cycron, if I'm recalling correctly. Which is like a secondary that also is a beam that kind of tethers to enemies. And I think it's pure heat damage as well, so there's a lot of ways to make that really, really good. Getting a lot of dogs as well, because I've got that weird, like, summon dogs build going. Which I like this build. This build's fun. Yeah, no, overall, this is one of those, like, I'm just happy with how this build turns out. This is a decent one, can go into Steel Path quite long. Is this hyper optimal? Probably not, right? But for the vast majority of content of the game, more than adequate. And that's what matters. again, the failure of like so many Warframe players, especially like very older ones, is they keep thinking in terms of void keys. Right? Is that you have to be capable of hitting level cap with your weapons and your Warframe and shit like that, and your strategies. You don't. Vast majority of content, including Steel Path, is pretty manageable. In fact, 90% damage reduction will get you through vast majority of Steel Path. Hell, even an Aris with his giant HP pool. More than enough. Anyone that tells you otherwise is just trying to, like, sell you on the big thing. Again, if you can kill level 40, 50 normal enemies in the void pretty easily, keep in mind these dudes have like 300% damage amp, I believe. And I'm not even losing enough shield even when I'm not paying attention. So, like, be scared. I can get another incarnate. But yeah, I do call out the Warframe community for a lot of those things. I do think that there is a lot of people that like to think a specific way that's kind of outdated. And that's why I say, like, there was a very solid portion of Warframe where, like, if you didn't play one of, like, 3 different frames, you were basically considered trolling, and I wouldn't say it's inaccurate, but I would definitely say there's a little bit more to it than that. But yeah, no, I mean, Limbo is a great example, right? It's like, for the vast majority of time, if you saw a Limbo in your game, there was the joke of, well, they're playing Limbo? Well, I guess they're trolling. Which sucks. Limbo was... I can't even say Limbo was good. Limbo was a Limbo, and definitely had things, but like, what Limbo did, Frost did, but better. Under most situations, and did it with less disruption to the players, which is the main thing. Whereas now, like, you can exit the rift a lot easier, you can pick things up in the rift. You still can't pick things up that are in the rift versus not in the rift. It's kind of annoying.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Alright, Galaxian has unlimited ammunition because of the relic pot. Or bottomless clip, sorry. Bottomless clip. Always fun. Oh no, I lost all of my overguard just then. This is kind of my point that I was saying though, by the way, is like, I can lose all of my fucking overguard and still be more than safe and just not really give a shit. That's kind of the level of enemies we're at. Whereas like, I've done this into Steel Path, like Murmur. And in that one, I had to cast a lot more than I did now. That's about the main difference. Still just abused the iframes and had to, like, kind of manage my resources a little smarter. Cool. We're gonna start heading towards exit. Because, yeah, I don't really need to stick around to do more. Oh, cool. It's right here. Hello, enemies. Alright. How many more seconds?
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They
There we
cannot
go.
do this without
Oh, my ear is itchy. Alright. Select no relic. That is such an unimpressive reward too. Always the way it goes. We've not had good relic luck today, man. Alright.
another job well executed.
Didn't max out ceramic dagger, but that's not too surprising. We didn't really use it. We just got the Incarnon evolution enabled for it. I don't know what the next evolution's gonna require. I don't remember looking. We did get a shitload of relics from that though. Because that's the thing, is like you get relics from every 5 relic pops, and then also some of the wave rewards. Which I know that one was giving us a bunch of relics, so we actually benefited quite a bit from this. Oh, Sevagoth Prime Systems, the G8. I do need the G8s. Now I wanted to double check something because I saw I got... Yeah, no, I got the Hildrum chassis, which is the last Hildrum Prime piece I needed. Nice. Can start building Hildrum Prime. That's pretty cool.
Sorry. I just will play with the volume off.
Let's see. Minecraft mood hit, I guess I'm playing. Oh, don't say that, because I do kind of also have the Minecraft mood still. Kill 20 unalert enemies with a finisher attack. That's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna have to do a mission specifically for that. That's annoying. But yeah, no, oh, don't, yeah, no, you just now made me want to fucking go play Minecraft, you son of a bitch. How dare you? I have to call this minor issue. I was never in the job. Yeah, sure. Still not happy. Now I'm just genuinely thinking about Minecraft. God damn it. I've been thinking about it so much again recently as well. It's something that is ever present and like always down to play it. But I'm like, I kind of want to play either a really new pack or a really old pack. Alright. Because I want to play with fucking Equivalent Exchange. I don't know. Hate me all you like. I like playing with Equivalent Exchange too. And the new version of it that they like reintroduced in recent times. I'm glad for. And there's like now fucking cool ass side things for it. Like plugins. To make it really fun. The worst part is, I don't know if I really want to do another fucking series, a Minecraft series. Because I know what's going to happen if I do that. And there's a lot of problems with doing it. Maybe what I'll do is I'll wait till I've gotten the new PC built, and then I'll probably do it. Be one of the things we do with it. Because I can use the old PC then as a server, and then have friends be able to play. That might be fun. Set up a private server for people. Better be in the list of friends. You know what? I'll definitely keep that in mind, Roger. We'll see, we'll see. I say the list of friends very loosely. It might genuinely be like 2 people. Or it might be like a group of 10. I don't know. We'll be see. I wouldn't be against having a few people around. And you have been around for ages, so I can actually trust you, Roger. Depends on how I hook my IP up, though, is the problem. Because I might just be lazy and hook it up to a manual IP. And then just, like, use localized IP related thing, so you'd actually be able to find my location from it. We'll see. Depends, again, that depends on how lazy I'm feeling. Trust is a very shaky term for me, yeah. I mean, that right there is why I don't tend to stream with other people. Or if I do, it's people that I've known for like 5+ years, right? So at that point in time, it's... Again, so trust in, for me, because I deal with paranoia, right? Trust for me is defined best as commonality. I have seen enough of a person and how they act to make a common judgment. And by that, I can then therefore transpose what is most likely the range of things they will do. Based on that, I can then trust that they're not going to do this action or that action. However, as proven with how my ex handled things, I trusted her for a lot of things, and then she broke that trust by taking one action. And yes, one action can be very, very damning, but I did give the opportunity for a repulse, like a counteraction to that, and make an effort. The problem is there was no action, and that's no action to like counteract the action that it's taken. So therefore, trust did not return. Right? That's how trust kind of works in my eyes. I love that I just gave this dude a weird sparkle hat though. It's always fun. But yeah, no. I trust you to be mildly annoying, Roger. That is something I do trust. A mild inconvenience that reminds me about Vaporeon on a semi-regular basis. That is the main things I trust from you. Oh, God. I may not do that much. I may not know much, but I do know. Yes, exactly. I know as well. I do, but I do know, yeah. It's do you know? Yeah, there it is. In terms of male human and female Pokemon. There it is. There it is. That's the best part, right, Roger, is that sometimes you will come in and literally just say, do you know? And then I'm like, I do know. And I know exactly what you've referred to. And that's all that needs to be done, and that's the best part. That's a good in-joke meme. Do you know? Do you know? I do know. The best way for that stuff. Oh, God. Man, shiny. Very, very shiny. Alright, well, I think I'm going to call it here for today. This is on the 4 hours marker, which is pretty short in recent time, but I have a couple of things I want to go sort out today, and I am feeling kind of shattered still. So, what are they talking about? The only response? They don't know exactly. So, with that being the case though, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.